Welcome, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway, here for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. On track right now, we have our pro Spec Miata getting ready to do some practice and qualifying. I'm Nick Soriano up here in the tower, 6 floors above this 15-turn, 2.2-mile speedway in beautiful Florida. Great weather for this weekend. We've got highs in the low 80s, partly cloudy skies, no rain expected, but a lot of action and a lot of heat on the track as well, as we've got things rolling around. We've already seen a couple of groups on track this morning. Our Formula Fara, small percentage of them showing up for their first practice of the weekend, and then our HPDE group just put on a little show for us before this. But now we've got back-to-back qualifyings and practices coming up from our Spec Miatas, Superlap series, and Formula Fara. So I'll be with you guys for the next hour and a half or so, talking some racing, about the track, and about what to expect for the rest of this Miami Grand Prix, presented by Fara. Like we said, on track right now, our pro Spec Miata drivers. Spec Miata, a class that runs any Mazda Miata from 1990 to 2005, varying modifications to allow them to fit into each other's racing speeds, including restrictor plates, weight changes, even some suspension differences between the generations, what they're allowed to run and not allowed to run. Seeing every car coming through, so timing looks like it's working. As soon as they come by for their first flying lap, we'll give you some updates. Some drivers to watch for this weekend, though. Expecting a lot of good things out of Alex Acosta, as well as Center Smith, Michael Fountain. Some familiar names if you were with us back in January for the Miami 500. Seeing our first times turned in right now, leading the group, Mike Leo in the number 69 Mazda Miata, followed closely by the 55 and the 24X, Center Smith and Alex Acosta. All of them working together. As we know, Spec Miata known for their bump drafting, a crucial aspect of the racing here at Homestead Miami Speedway. The long, quote-unquote, straightaway that we have that exits turn 9, goes around NASCAR's 3 and 4, all the way through start-finish, is a perfect opportunity. The cars will line up and actually push each other. That back car with no wind resistance will pull up right to the back bumper of the car in front. You can gain 5, 10 miles an hour on these straightaways. It's hugely worth it to have a partner out here. So as the session goes on and partners start to come together, we'll see how things work out and if those drafting partners are able to give up a little bit of time in the corners, the infield here at Homestead Miami, to make it up on the straightaways, put themselves at the top of the provisional pole. This is a practice session, but also counts towards qualifying. Spec Miata's got 2 practice/qualifyings, and then this afternoon, 4 o'clock, the Pro Spec Miata Shootout, their 15-minute race that is always exciting. A lot of action we saw the last time we were here, and we're expecting, nonetheless, for this next race this afternoon. And there we go. We just saw our first duo who has been working together, Center Smith and Alex Acosta in the 24, pulling ahead of Mike Leo. Now the 2 top spots. They are the 2 that I saw drafting the most. We do have another pair coming out of NASCAR 4 right now, though. And we'll see if they'll be able to make up any time, move themselves closer. That's the 20 and the 54. Mike Hitchme and Nataliano Scapatici. I'm going to have to get that one right this weekend. But they move into 4th and 5th. So Center Smith leading this session right now in our first Pro Spec Miata qualifying and practice session with a 140.970. 24X of your second place driver, I believe is Alex Acosta. It says Lewis Hamilton right now, but I think he's busy with another series. They both have identical times, 1:40.970. Now, we just watched as Alex in center came out of the 24 car and the blue car, the orange and blue car. They came out of the backstretch and they swapped positions, trading off. With these high temperatures today, it's going to be tougher to keep those cars cool. So we're going to see a lot of that trading off with drafting partners, cars switching one in front of the other. It's the only way to make sure that they're going to be able to make it on around the track. You'll see, if you're looking at timing, a 1:42 for the 24 and 55 that time by. So the traffic that they caught there in turn number 9, exiting onto the back stretch, along with swapping positions, did cost them. But now this lap, a lot of clear track in front of them, working together. We'll see what they can do. Michael Fountain in the 101, one of our lone first generation Miatas. That's the pop-up headlights. Moving into 4th position with his best lap there, 1:41.4, so 4/10 off of your current leaders. Kind of rare to see those first generation Miatas out there still, but a formidable car. They are very nimble. They do a great job. Their engine technology a little bit different from the later cars, especially as OBD2 was introduced. Better fuel mapping, things like that. Those 1.6 cars, the early pop-up headlight cars, still have an air-fuel ratio gauge in them. You know, a physical meter that opens and closes to tell the engine how much air is coming through. Not quite as advanced as the electronics that we see in the later cars. Allows the later cars to have a little bit better performance, especially as the engine temperatures go up and down, really move around. They're able to keep their power, whereas the 1.6s tend to fall off. They've got to stay nice and cool to make their power. A little bit of a Achilles heel for those generations of cars, but here we go, a group of 3. Mike Leo, the 24 and the 55 of Center Smith, all going across start finish line, and Mike Leo now stealing a little bit of draft from that duo. He's going to move ahead. Now your provisional pole with a 1:40.878. 0.092, 92 thousandths of a second ahead. And now they've got a 3-car pack working together. They're going through the Florida roller coaster right now, turns 3, 4, and 5. And 3 cars can be a little bit tricky sometimes. The pairs seem to work out the best, but as Mike Leo showed, sometimes being the 3rd car in line there, it's a lot of air you get to block in front of you. Make yourself a run. Change at the top, though. The 101, Michael Fountain, working all by himself. No drafting help. Moves to the top. A 1:40.834. 44 thousandths ahead of Mike Leo after they both set personal bests last time by, lap number 4. As they work lap number 5, still watching to see what's going on. The 117 of Mark Kinley pulling in early. Doesn't look to be any damage on the car, so possibly just got the most out of the car, and they're happy to come back in and retire. So this time by our trio, led by Center Smith, Mike Leo pushing right behind, and the 24 behind those two. No changes there, 141s for the whole group. So right now, high 140s are going to put you onto the podium of this qualifying session. Michael Fountain comes by again, improving. Oh, sorry, not improving. Slows down about 0.6 the next lap by. The 169 rolling through pit road of Cole Trickle. We're going to stop at pit road and head back out once the track is clear. Some other drivers, as we work our way through this list, we'll go all the way down the running order. Your leader, we talked about him, the 101 of Michael Fountain, followed by the 69 of Mike Leo, the 24X, labeled as Lewis Hamilton, but I believe that is Alex Acosta. Followed by the 55 in fourth of Center Smith. And the 54 of Natalino Scapatici. The 20 in sixth place of Mike Hitchme. 65 of Louis Bustani right behind him. The 17 of Kalen Kinney. Then the 58, Macy Urso right behind them. The 3 of Grayson Knoll rounds out your top 10. And 11th, the 127 of Camden Brown. 12th, the 117 of Mark Kinley. And 13th, the 169 of Cole Trickle. Just watching, looking down at the start-finish line, those 3 cars that had been working together all fanned out this lap. Wondering if temperatures became an issue, needed to find some space, get some air across the radiator. But the lone car, the 101 of Michael Fountain, comes flying by again with a new personal best, a 140.512, extending the lead now almost 4 tenths between him and second place, Mike Leo, in the number 69. So your number 101, one of the few first-generation cars showing that they've still got it. The car looks to be running pretty well. I did see some sticker tires on there this morning as well. Sticker tires being brand new. So those could be helping out a lot. We'll see maybe our second qualifying session that we have coming up later today, if we'll have more cars with sticker tires on, if that's going to make a difference. You'd think the earlier session with some cooler track temps as the sun beats down on it, track's just going to get warmer and warmer all day. This is the one you'd want to put those new tires on. Make the most of it. But these teams could have different strategies. You know, the next Spec Miata practice is scheduled around noon, 12 o'clock. Saw some more pairs going together. That's going to be the 24 and the 55. Catching back up to the 69 of Mike Leo. Those cars in second, third, fourth place. Mike Leo in second, 24 in third, and 55 of Center Smith. Qualified fourth right now. But now they've got some traffic. The 169 ahead of that group of 3 has been pretty off pace. The 169's best lap, 7 seconds slower than the other 3. So those 3 are going to work to get through as they make their way into turn number 6. Look to get by fairly cleanly. Going to give up a little bit of entry speed. But the 69 of Mike Leo unable to get by. So now we've got that duo free. Mike Leo was kind of hanging on, using their draft. We'll see if now that they've broken away a little bit, if Mike Leo can get back to that draft, have a little bit of help, or if those 2 are going to continue ahead and finally put some pressure on your leader, Michael Fountain. Some other personal bests throughout the field. Kalen Kinney and Macy Urso both setting their personal bests. Running 8th and 9th right now with a 142.6 and a 144.0. So times are still coming down. Track is not falling off completely yet. Michael Fountain about to cross start-finish line. He runs a 140.7. So even on one of his slower laps, consistently ahead of Mike Leo, 24 in the 55 of Center Smith's best times. We'll see if he can continue that. If so, he's got himself a good shot in the shootout this afternoon. Another pair that I'm watching right now, Scapitici in the 54 and the 20. Pitch me. Working together, but not quite having the luck that the 24 and the 55 had. We'll see if they're able to get it together, but a lot of gap between them throughout the infield here. They're going to need a good connection out of turn 9 onto the banking if they really want to make that draft worthwhile. Just the way Spec Miata works. .117 of Mark Kinley coming down pit road, turning back into the paddock after getting back out on track. So it appears that that car is having some struggles there. A 7-minute lap time last time. So I think they got back on track, maybe having the exact same issue, unable to continue, going back, trying to get that fixed for the next session. Here come the 20 and the 54 working their way through. No improvements. 41.5s for the both of them there. Their bests are 41.1s, so 0.4 off their best, unable to use that draft to their advantage. So you've got about 6 minutes remaining in the session. That orange and black 24 has separated themselves from the pair of Leo and Smith. So we'll see if they're trying to find space or if they're going to be pulling in. But now the 55 of Center Smith tight on the back bumper of Mike Leo in the 69. Coming out of NASCAR 4, we'll see if those two can put together a flying lap, if they work together as a pair pretty well. But it looks like all the times are starting to fall off just a little bit. Cars heading down the safety road into pit road now. With 5 minutes left, I'm going to take a short break. We'll come right back, run down the finishing order after things get settled. And up next, we'll have our Superlap series. Welcome back, race fans. The checkered flag now waving over our first Pro Spec Miata practice session. I can see our Superlap series starting to form on the grid. Cars starting to roll through, but most cars on the safety road or in the pits at this point. So I'm going to run through the provisional order that we have right now. Let you know how Spec Miata shook up. Your leader, the 101 of Michael Fountain with a 140.512. Behind them, the 69 of Mike Leo, followed by the 24 of Lewis Hamilton. In fourth, the 55 is Center Smith, and the 54 of Scapatici, and the 20 of Hitchme, fifth and sixth place there. Seventh, the 65 of Louis Bustani. Eighth, the 17 of Kalen Kinney. Ninth, the 58 of Macy Urso. And rounding out your top 10, the number 3 of Grayson Knoll. And 11th, the 127 of Camden Brown. 12th, 117 of Mark Kinley. And 13th, the 169 labeled as Cole Trickle. So that is your provisional lineup. One more practice / qualifying session for Pro Spec Miata. So nothing is final just yet, but we'll see how the afternoon session goes. And then later, 4 o'clock, the Pro Spec Miata shootout, a 15-minute race. As we've got, looks like 2 cars working their way, 3, 4 cars working their way back to pit road now. And your Superlap series lined up, ready to go. We'll talk more about the Superlap series and what that is once they get out on track, but it is a great HPDE kind of plus program that allows drivers a goal when they start their HPDE journey to kind of strive for. And we'll talk about the way Fara has their ladder set up for those drivers who want to use street cars, don't have a dedicated race car, and how you can get on track. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway. Here at the Fara Miami Grand Prix, the Superlap series is out on track right now. Talked about it just after ending our Pro Spec Miata series session. Superlap series, what is it? What are these cars? What is going on? Well, the Superlap series is the culmination of your HPDE or high performance driving experience journey. You know, if you have a street car and you're looking to get on track, trying to figure out just how to do it, well, this is kind of the pinnacle of that. HPDE is where you start. You get an instructor. They'll teach you kind of the rules of the road, some racing etiquette, things that you'll need to know on track. And as you advance, become more independent on track, you can work your way up, and then you end up in the Superlap series. This is a timed session. Yes, all these cars have lap times, and they will be able to compete in their classes for some trophies this weekend. Now, it's all about best lap times. There is no position racing throughout the weekend. It's all about the best lap. So drivers, you'll see them going for a hot lap and then slowing down, letting the car cool down, and go back again. Most of these cars running regular street tires, which don't hold up to the heat of multiple laps in a row very well. They can get a little bit slick, greasy, as we call it. And you'll see that the lap times will fluctuate because all they're looking for is one really good lap, some clean track ahead of them, able to push the car as much as they're willing to with some good tire grip and get that best lap in. So, from up here in the tower, I'm Nick Soriano. We're watching the Superlap series here. Right now, we've got 13 cars on track. So a big group today covering 4 or 5 different classes. And we'll run you through those in just a moment here. Cars still getting their first hot lap in, so a lot of shuffling on the timing screen here. That's why I'm waiting to give you a readout of these. But as you'll see as you watch, all different cars, different makes, different manufacturers, different body styles, coupes, sedans, pretty much anything that you want to run. A couple of hatchbacks out there probably. Miatas, BMWs, Mustangs, Porsches, the whole lot available for this Superlap series. All right, with a little bit of a gap there, I'm going to run through your Superlap lineup right now. In the 11, Joaquin De Soto. Number 17 of Christopher Schultz. The 47, Tony Fucini. Number 97, Thierry Ritfield. The 6th, David Schnorr. Sorry, the 61 of David Schnorr in 6th. In 7th, the 64 of Joaquin Alvaro. In 8th, the 224 of Michael Day. In 9th, the 135 of Ansel Henry. The 10th. In 10th, the 8 of Ovik Cog. 11th, the 113, Gabriel Albano. 12th, 12 of Frank Gonzalo. And 13th, 732 of Tom Szabo. As you're watching these cars, You see him exiting turn 14 there onto the main straightaway. That long straightaway, then turning into turn number 1, back off the banking into the infield. This layout may look a little different from the Spec Miatas you just watched, and it is. The Spec Miatas do run the bankings in turns 3 and 4, whereas here on the Superlap series, and every other series for that matter, they run the infield between 3 and 4. Adds 3 or 4 corners to the track, slows things down a little bit into turn 1, meaning there's less braking required. A lot of these cars will go flat through there depending on how much horsepower they make. Miatas especially will be flat through there into turn number 1. But yes, two different layouts. The Spec Miatas use the banking because bump drafting. That's how the cars are really set up, how the racers have learned to race. It really does put on a good show having them run around the banking. Whereas the rest of the cars, it's a little bit easier on the cars to not go flying into turn 1 at 150, 160 miles an hour. Saves on brakes, saves on tires. So what's good for the goose, good for the gander. It's how things work out. For my 2 cents, I think the infield course a little more difficult. So all these drivers out there on the Superlap series, I'm going to put in a little extra work throughout those 14 corners. Got a couple of cars on pit road. The 97 is one of them. Well, that's the 64. So Thierry Ritfield, Joaquin Alvaro, 7th and 8th place on our timing sheet right now. Stopped on pit road, just doing some checks on the car, maybe letting it cool down for another hot lap. Who else do we have on pit road here? The 8. See the driver getting out, checking tire pressures now that they are up to temperature. That's Ovik Cog in our SL5, Superlap 5 category. So unlike some of the bigger operations here, if you're a Superlap driver, sometimes you're also your own pit crew. Makes things a little interesting. The 18, Mike Moore, also in SL5, cruising down pit road after checking tire pressures as well. I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our viewers watching on YouTube here at the Fara USA official YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Hopefully you guys will see some great racing today, especially this afternoon. Got some great stuff lined up. The first race you're going to see is going to be your prototypes and GTs. We haven't even seen them on track yet, but at 145, they are your first race of the day. And then you've got more qualifying Superlap series, and at 405, our Spec Miata shootout. 455, Formula Fara, their first race. And then to end the day at 525, an hour and 15-minute endurance race for our prototypes and GTs. So yeah, I'd say this afternoon's lineup pretty stacked. Sunday, basically all racing. But Saturday, we're getting through qualifying and practice early in the morning here on a beautiful Saturday from Homestead Miami Speedway. I'm going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back to talk more about the Superlap series. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans. Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. Nick Soriano, and we've got just under 5 minutes remaining in this Superlap series. Many of the cars already pulled off. As we talked about, the street tires on these cars, not as resilient to heat as the race tires that you will see in other groups. So oftentimes by this point, those tires have a little too much heat in them. They have lost their grip and their best potential. So drivers will call it in early, knowing that they won't have a faster lap in them. So let's run through the list. We'll go by class this time. In SL1, our lone entry, Joaquin De Soto. In SL3, the 17 of Christopher Schultz leads the 732 of Tom Zabo. SL4, 47, Tony Fucini is going to lead that class. The 97 of Thierry Ritfield, right behind him, about 6/10. And the 64 of Joaquin Alvaro. Oh my gosh, how close is that? About 0.04 seconds between second and third in our SL4 class. The 61 of David Schnorr is in fourth, and the 224 of Michael Day rounding out the class in fifth place. In SL5, the 8 of Ovik Kog is going to lead that class by 1.4 seconds over the 18 of Mike Moore. In third, Gabriel Albano. And fourth, the final entry in that category, Frank Gonzalez. The SLU category, 2 cars, Ansel Henry and the 217 of Jose Romero. So that's how things look right now with just a handful of cars remaining on track. I'm seeing 2.5 minutes left on timing. Might be enough time to get one outlap and a flyer in for these 2 cars. See if I can get a gauge on some numbers for you. I see the 97 and the 8. 97 is Thierry Ritfield. We talked about him in the SL4 category. Only 6/10 behind Tony Fucini. See if he can get one flyer in, make up some ground there. And the 8 of Ovik Kog leading by 1.4 seconds in the SL5 category. So things looking pretty locked up there. Ovik going to try and extend that lead. But the 97, I want to watch him go through that silver BMW going through turns 8 and 9 right now onto the backstretch. They'll make their way off the banking through turn 10, turn 11. Turns 12, 13, and 14 onto the front stretch. And he is going to have time for one flying lap. Let's see what they can do. 14 corners, 2.2 miles to try and improve. Needs to find 6/10 over their previous personal best. Looking pretty quick through turn 1. Turns 3, 4, and 5. I like to call it the Florida roller coaster. It's about the most elevation change you will see at any Florida track, all of about 15 feet from its highest to its lowest point. For those of you not in Florida, you're wondering why we're talking about just a small hill. Well, Florida's pretty flat if you've never been here. There are not a lot of changes in elevation. The highest point in the state, like 340 feet in elevation. Some people climb it without supplemental oxygen, I hear. Sounds wild. But the 97 of Thierry Ritfield now making their way into the hairpin. Turn 8 and turn 9 on to the back straightaway here. Like we said, looking to find 6/10 over their best of a 41.916. Checkered flag is in the starter's hand. So this will be the last lap of the session. Off the banking, turn 10, turn 11 now. Working their way through. And they're not even going to finish the flyer. Maybe some lap timer in the car saying that they're already behind. But they're going to take the pit exit there and turn on to pit road. So no changes from your lineup. I was excited. Sorry to get you guys all amped up for what might have been one last flying lap, but the session is going to end. The 97 pulls into the paddock. The 18 on pit road as well. Or sorry, the 8 of Ovidcog on pit road. And that'll do it for the Superlap series. Coming up next, Formula Fara, their second practice. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Formula Fara practice. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway. We've got a 2.2 mile track here, 14 corners that these Formula Fara cars are going to tackle as they work their way out on the track here for practice session number 2, getting things warmed up, ready to go. You'll see them race later this afternoon, just before our endurance race. And they are all packed up together. 6 cars on track at the moment, 2 more waiting in pit road to be released. So about double what we had during practice number 1 this morning. As they're all working their way through turn 3 now, through turns 4, 5, down to turn number 6. Now, first of the hairpins, as many call it, a big increasing radius turn there that leads down the short chute to turn number 8. The hairpin that leads back onto the back straightaway of the oval. As they work their way through, I'll give you an update after their first flying lap that we see here, but all of them staying very bunched up, trying to make some room. Not typical of a Formula qualifying session, but maybe they're looking to get some race practice in, see what it's like to be driving near each other rather than just spreading out right away. Could affect lap times, though. Looks like they are going around the banking this session. So Formula Fara going to be running the banking as well. Not on my pre-race sheet. Did not realize that they were going to be running the oval. So a nice little surprise there as they work their way through. But after one flying lap, Cam Becker is your leader in the number 21, the number 95 of Enzo Vidmontien. In second, third, number 1 of Axel Robards. In fourth, the 33 of Alexander Savage. Fifth, the 6 of Maite Caceres. And sixth, the 11 of Lucas Fink. Those are your 6 cars on track. But just now being released from their pit stalls come 2 more cars. The 8 and the 89. Onto track for this lap. So they will work their way onto the circuit, get things warmed up. I see some stickers that need to be worked off there. So fresh tires for the number 8 car. We had a little bit of dust getting kicked up at the exit of turn 6 into turn 7. Still 4 of our 6 cars packed up. A little bit of a slowdown, traffic jam on the back straightaway there as cars try to spread out. And there you go, the 21 of Cam Becker comes across the line now that things have spaced themselves out. There goes the 11 of Lucas Fink, black and gold Formula Fara car. The 1 of Axel Robards crosses the line. Remaining in fourth, though, Enzo Vidmontien's lap on lap number 2 remains in third. in the 89, Cole Madero and Daniel Rodriguez have made their first out lap, working their flying lap. The dark blue and lime green cars that you will see working around the circuit. The number 1, though, just came by, moves into first place. Axel Robards with a 127.3, taking it from the 21 of Cam Becker. And Alexander Savage, Enzo Vidmontien, and Lucas Fink all putting in personal bests that time by in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 33 staying in 3rd place for the moment. About a 1 second gap from 4th. Enzo in the 95. So the top 3 all within 0.8 of each other, and then a little bit of a gap going from 3rd to 4th. I think a lot of cars still getting sorted out, trying to get some heat in these cars. The brakes, the tires, make sure the engine's up to temperature. All right, and the 8 completes their first flying lap. Cole Madero moves into 3rd, the 127.5, just ahead of Alexander Savage. And the 21, they've updated the name on that. That is Francisco Oliveira. He is going to be your leader right now with a 126.9. So a change on the scoring sheet there. That is not Cam Becker. Francisco Oliveira in the 21. Things have gotten awfully tight at the top of our timing table. The 21, the 126.9, 95 with a 127.0, and the 33 with a 127.0. Our top 3 separated by less than 1/10 right now. Then Axel Robards in the number 1, 127.0 as well. So top 4, 0.123 seconds apart. Just over 1/10 between all of them. Cole Madero in the number 8, another 0.2 behind Axel Robards. And then about 1.5 seconds back from Madero to the 89 of Rodriguez. All 8 cars now circulating around the track, getting their lap times in. Onto pit lane comes the number 6, Maite Caceres, on her at the pit stall. Looks like the team's gonna take a look at that car. That car's been slow. We saw Maite doing very well last time we were here at Homestead Miami Speedway. A couple of podium finishes that weekend. But right now the pace feels off on the 6 car. So we'll see if they're able to figure that out. As the 8, Cole Madero comes by, no improvement. They will remain in 5th place. And the 6 is going to pull back into the paddock. Another car. That is the pink car, the 21. Francisco Oliveira sitting on pit road now. Looks like just some tire pressure changes from the crew. I'd expect them to go back out, especially after Axel Robards puts in a 126.887, moving to the top of the timing sheet. And just as I say that, the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien and the 33 of Alexander Savage move ahead. So now the 95 leading and Alexander Savage and the 33 just behind, 0.054 apart from them. And then the number 1 of Axel Robards, the 10th behind. So we've got our top 5 within 5/10 of each other. Very close practice session so far. Much better than our Formula 1 qualifying, if you watched that early this morning. I won't give any spoilers away, but the gaps did not look quite as appetizing as these do here. Much closer racing that we're inspecting here at Homestead Miami Speedway. The 21 heading back towards pit exit. They're going to go back on track. Plenty of time with 12 minutes to go to get a couple more flying laps and see if those tire pressure changes able to help out the 21 of Francisco. Work their way back into the top 3 there. They led the session for pretty much the whole half. And now we'll see if they're able to find some more pace after some adjustments from their pit crew. The 11 of Lucas Fink just crossing the line, 130.668. So an improvement, but no change on the score sheet there. Still sitting in 7th place after 8 laps. Now looking out my window, I'm seeing that the 21 is in a pretty good spot to catch a draft. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to hold that gap just enough through the infield. Maybe close it a little bit on the 89 car of Daniel Rodriguez. And then use that draft along this long straightaway that we have for Formula Fara now, since they are using the banking and not the turns of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Big run on the outside of turn 4 there. Which car is that? It's the 95. And Alexander Savage now moving up in front of the 95. So the 33 jumps the 95. They swap positions, first and second there. And that's those two working together through turn 3 right now. The 95 ahead of the 33. The white and blue car is the 33. Looks like they could be team paint schemes from here, though. Having a tough time seeing if their teammates are just similarly painted cars with different colors. Even if they are teammates, I'm not sure it matters to them too much while they're out on track. The 21 was able to catch the 89, so now having to work through a little bit of traffic, going down low through the banking. We'll see if that holds up Francisco or if they'll be able to run another good lap there. Now in 5th position. Oh, 26.999. Not able to best their personal best lap time. And they're going to run wide. The 21 is off. In turn number 2. No harm seems to be done, just a little bit hot through turns 1 and 2. Back on track now, slowly making their way through 3, 4, and 5. As the 33 and the 95 cross start finish again, 33 leading this time. No improvements in lap times. So Alexander Savage in the 33 continuing to be your leader. The 95 of Enzo Vidmontien in second. Comadero, the number 8 in third. The number 1 of Axel Robards is in 4th. 5th place, the 21 of Francisco Oliveira. The 6th place, 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. 7th, the 11 of Lucas Fink. And 8th, the number 6, Maite Caceres. Only did 4 laps, had to come in early. So possibly some issues with that car. We will see if they're able to get that thing up and running for qualifying later today. Looks like a couple of cars coming onto pit road. We've got the 8, the 89, and the 21 pulling into their pit stalls. Maybe some more adjustments. Plenty of time left with 7 minutes to go. One car still out there, though. The 33, your current leader, has not come in for any adjustments. 11 laps already completed. Number 11, Lucas Fink, rolls across the stripe again. No improvement there with a 141.3. Quite a bit off their best of a 130.6. So maybe a cool down lap is in the cards there. They'll be working their way back towards pit road. Crew might take a look, make some adjustments to tire pressure, any other things they can change quickly on pit road. The 21 heading back out on track. Francisco Oliveira onto track for their outlap. See if there's any adjustments or just clean track that they needed. But coming up next, HPDE, our beginners and novice group. We will not be commentating that one. We don't have any lap times for them. It's an untimed session. So you have about 25 minutes, but after that at 11 a.m., prototypes and GT qualifying. Our biggest field of the weekend, expecting probably 20 or 30 cars out on track. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be right after HPDE session at 11 o'clock. We're not going anywhere just yet. We're still watching this Formula Fara qualifying session, or practice session, I should say. Qualifying will be later after the prototypes and GTs go. Oh, sorry. Formula Fara qualifying is not until after the prototypes and GTs race 1 at 1:45. So a big gap for the Formula Fara cars there. And the 11 did pull into pit road. The crew is taking a look at tire pressures. See if they get back out on track. And the 21, Francisco Oliveira coming through, starting their next flying lap clean through turns 1 and 2 this time. Little wiggle out of turn 3. Tough spot to get power down there. Good run. 4 and 5. Dipping just a tire off on the left-hand side there. Down into turn 6. Lots of clean track ahead for the 21. Let's see if they're able to improve. 0.4 of a second put them on the front row. 0.5 at the top of the timing sheet. The 11 did get back on track there. So they are doing their outlap. 3 minutes to go, so should have plenty of time for a flyer as well. 21 down low in NASCAR. 3 and 4. That parabolic banking coming out of the exit onto the front straightaway. Any improvements? No, nothing. A 27.5. Fast into turns 1 and 2, though. Let's see, another flyer. Oh, and another wheel off for the 21. Really pushing through turns 1 and 2. That's going to do it for that flying lap. And the 11 of Lucas Fink completing their outlap. The 11 working their flying lap here. 21. After a rough run through turn 1 and 2, going to do another flying lap here as they cross start finish line to restart. 130.6, not going to get the job done. Let's see. Turn 1 looks good. Getting the car slowed down for turn number 2. So far, so good. Into turn 3. That is the spot where Francisco has struggled, but not this time. Power get down very good at the exit of 3, down through 4 and 5, working their way to turn number 6. The 11 now on the back stretch, hugging that bottom white line there. Only 2 cars on track, the 21 and the 11. Nice clean run for the 21 through 6 and 7. No dust in the air. The 11 crosses the line. 131.0. Still about 4/10 back from their personal best. They do have time for one more flying lap if they choose to do so, though. 21, Francisco Oliveira. Going to be a little bit tighter. We'll see. Will they get a checkered flag or will they get one more flying lap after this? They may not need it. It's all going to depend on how they made it through the infield here, around the banking. Onto the front stretch, crossing the line. And another no improvement for the 21. So 5th place right now on the timing sheet for the 21 of Francisco Oliveira. Alexander Savage, your fastest driver of the session. 126.535. Followed by the number 95, Enzo Vidmontien. Then the number 8 of Colmadero. The number 1 of Axel Ribards. 21, Francisco Oliveira. And the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. Followed by the 11 of Lucas Fink. And rounding out the end of your Formula Fara practice session, the number 6 of Maite Caceres. Some problems with that car. We expect to see them doing a little bit better after lunch for their qualifying session. All right, folks, we've got the HPDE session up next. We will not be commentating on that. There are no lap times. So, in about 30 minutes, right at 11 o'clock, we will see the prototypes and GTs for their qualifying session. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano, up here in the booth with you today. And right now on track, our prototype and GT field for their first qualifying session of the day. A huge field. I'm seeing on my timing over 30 cars right now. And the most fun part about this, it's a variety like no other. If there is a brand or a manufacturer that you're a fan of, they're on track. If there's a certain model you're a fan of, probably on track. Miatas, M3s, 911s, Civics, Audi R8s, M4s. What else do we have? Caymans and our prototypes. Just a big mix. A couple of McLarens, older M3s. If you're a big fan of the E46s, a few of those out there. Couldn't ask for a better variety. Looks like a video game running around the track. But here we are, all the cars making it across start-finish line now for their out lap. Flying laps be coming in pretty soon. Such a big variety of speed from these cars. Expect the prototypes to be at the top of the list. Maybe some of the Civics and Miatas down at the bottom. But all of them have their own race to run. This is a multi-class setup, meaning there are multiple races going on the track at one time. The slower cars race against each other, the faster cars race against each other. And they all just try to stay out of each other's way, make it as easy as possible for everyone to get around. Many of these cars that you'll see will look familiar. They have either been former or current feeder series, as we call them, race cars, 911 Cubs. If they're a GT4 car, they'd be eligible for things like the IMSA's Pilot series that they have going on. It could have been renamed. I don't remember what it was called for the Rolex back then, but yeah, a lot of these cars, former, some of them just cars the owners wanted to build. They've always wanted to have this kind of race car. So let's see. Starting to see some flying laps come in. So we've got some slow movers on the back stretch. Let's see if they can get that car back to pit road. Don't want to have a caution for a quick tow. So we've got a couple of cars who've completed 2 flying laps now, specifically our prototypes. The number 11 of Drew Altman leading the field right now, the 129.0. Fastest car on track at the moment. That's in our FP1 class, our prototypes. More cars making their way out of the paddock onto pit lane to join this big group. Let's run through some of the classes here. FP1, we talked about it. That's your overall leader right now. Drew Altman in the number 11, the 129.0. Right behind him in FP1, Adolfo Rossi with a 129.6. Next class up, our GT1A field, led by the 268 of David Twatty Very familiar name for those Fara fans watching at home. After that, the 313, Kelly Ganji with a 135.6, about 8 seconds behind David Twatty. And then the 72 of Warren Cooper with a 137.3. Looking at GT1B, 47 of Justin Levine with a 31.517. Michael Koquad in the 4X, the 31.8, 3/10 behind Levine. The number 4 of Bart Collins is in 3rd in that class, about 2.5 seconds back from Michael Koquad. And then Rafael Rosario wrapping up that class in 4th. And GT2A, Ned McPherson in the 24 leading that one, followed by Jeff Altenberg, James Hammond, Robert Garza, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., and Gary Young. In GT2B, Jared Wilson leading that group, followed by David Lira and Larry Giles. And what else do we have? GT4, the number 77 of Marco and Rick. Assuming that's going to be a car that we'll see in our endurance race later this afternoon, a shared car, so they'll make a driver change during their pit stop. That's followed by Carlos Villasana in the 32, then Rodrigo Cohen in the 973, Ben Arce in the 198, Tom Ciora in the 800, and the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. is in 6th position in GT4. GT5, Pete Bolu is leading that one, 148.7. 1/10 behind him, Alejandro Garcia in the 256 machine. The 43 of David Brown is in 3rd, and in 4th, the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. What other classes? Oh, I missed GT3. Jose de las Casas in the 55. The 23 of Wayne Thompson and Elijah Thompson is in 2nd, and Jill Urso in the 46, rounding out the GT3 group. GT4 we talked about. GT5 we talked about as well. So that leaves us with the Honda Wars, the number 111 of Albin Roman with a 148.732. And then in 2nd, the number 6 of Wilbur Perez, the 148.752. 20 thousandths separate the two of them in that Honda Wars class. It's a lot of cars working their way around the track now. Our busiest session we've seen so far. Shaping up to make a great race this afternoon. Just watched the 111 of Albin Roman cross start finish line. A yellow and blue Honda Civic, and I've got to say, a sharp looking car. We talked about it up here in the booth. Very good livery on that. So if you see it out on track, you'll know that's him. Currently leading your Honda Wars class. And FP1, Drew Altman, just setting his best lap, 127.403. That is not quite the fastest, as the 268 of David Twatty has now taken the overall lead, 126.9. So, big gap. Sorry, 126.29. 1.1 second gap between the 268 of David Twatty and the number 11 of Drew Altman. Two different classes there. GT1A leading the field with FP1, our prototype one, in second right now. Adolfo Rossi, though, right behind with a 129.622. Those are your top 3 cars on track right now, as far as lap times go. Seeing a couple cars pulled down pit lane. Nothing menacing. Look in the 268 of David Twatty, the 772, and the 47. All on pit lane at the moment, having some tire pressures looked at. With these warm tracks, important for these cars to get some readings now that they've got some heat in them. The 72 as well on pit road, now making their way back out. It's Warren Cooper in the GT1A class. .44 of Alfonso Ruiz in the GT5 class just pulls off their best lap, a 154.1. At the back of that group still, but seeing improvement. That car getting faster and faster. Always good to see as the race goes on, as the heat goes on, I should say. .256 of Alejandro Garcia. Now on the top step of the GT5 qualifying grid. 7/10 above the 25 of Peter Bolu. So found some time there. Looks like the closest classes to watch right now are GT1B. All 3 of their top 3 drivers within a second of each other. So a lot of close racing there. The Honda Wars class, Albin Roman and Wilbur Perez, 7/10 apart. GT2B, also a fairly close one, Jared Wilson and David Lira. Wilson leading Lira by half a second at the moment. Everyone else, pretty big gaps. 2 seconds in FP1, 5 seconds in GT1A. David Twatty, just a huge gap over that field. Jose de los Casas in GT3, 2.7 seconds ahead. Robert Garza, 1.3 seconds ahead of Jeff Altenberg in that 772 machine. So we'll keep an eye to see if anything changes, bring you any updates. No big improvements in lap times right now. Wondering if these cars have hit their heat saturation. And that's kind of where they're going to settle in. We'll see as things continue on. couple more cars turning into the paddock now. And some cars onto pit road for some tire pressure checks. Number 24 McLaren on pit road, getting some tire pressures dialed in. The 54 of Adolfo Rossi, that's second in FP1, trying to chase down the 11 of Drew Altman. Getting some work done there. The door is open, they're talking to him, maybe making some adjustments on that prototype. Try and find a little bit more time. And it looks like the number 24 of Ned McPherson jumping ahead of Kelly Ganji. Now 4.2 seconds behind David Twatty in GT1A. So a personal best there, and now cuts it down even closer. In GT2B, we talked about that half-second lead between Wilson and Lira, but now Larry Giles in the 96, a personal best, moving him within a second of Jared Wilson there. So that class certainly up for grabs still, with 6 minutes to go in the session, as the 24 McLaren and the 772 BMW head back out on track. Give it one last try. I'll get an out lap and a flying lap for sure. Maybe two flying laps. We've got a spin over in turn 11. Car in an ominous position. Let's hope nothing happens there. Trying to get a number for you. That's an E46 BMW that spun. So far, so good. They've got it moving, so they're getting out of the way. And they are cleared now. They are on to the short pit road on the way in there at turn number 12. No harm, no foul. So track gets cleared up after a single car spin. Another spin there going into turn number 4. That's a red 911. Can't see the number with the way they're facing. But they are off to driver's left, going down the very steep hill to turn number 4 there. So a little bit of action this session. Seeing some changes. Corner workers do have a flag out waving at turn number 3, so oncoming drivers should be aware that there is a car stopped just off the track. Hopefully no damage to that car. Yeah, the top of turn 3 there goes a little bit off camber as it starts to go downhill. Pretty easy spot, especially in a car with as much power as a 911. To get back to the gas a little too early, spin that rear end around, but hopefully that's all it was as they come to a stop near that iconic Homestead Miami blue barrier there. And the BMW that spun in turn number 11 was the 55. 55, that's Jose De Las Casas leading in GT3. Looks like he is heading into the paddock now after that spin. So he's going to call that his session done. And we do have a checkered flag at our start-finish stand. So that will bring the end to the session. Let's run through our timing list one more time. And then we will have our Superlap series coming out next at 11. 11:30. See more of them. So in GT2B, Jared Wilson is going to be on the top step of that podium for qualifying with a 136.2. David Lira in the 66 in second, and the 96 of Larry Giles in third. In FP1, one of our prototype classes, the 11 of Drew Altman, going to lead the way there with the 54 of Adolfo Rossi next, and then the 31 of Jesse Gross. GT1A, David Twatty is going to have the pole position in his 268 Porsche 911, followed by the 24, Ned McPherson, the 128, Miguel Angel Marcano, then the on their last flying lap, Miguel Angel Marcano passes Ned McPherson, so he'll be second. Ned in third, Kelly Ganji in fourth, and Warren Cooper in fifth. And GT3, Jose de las Casas is going to have the pole for that class, followed by the 23 of Wayne and Elijah Thompson, and then the 46 of Jill Urso. In GT2A, Robert Garza, then Jeff Altenberg, James Hammond in the 274, then the 08, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., and the 53 of Gary Young. GT5, Alejandro Garcia in the 256 will have pole position, followed by the 25 of Pete Bolu, the 43 of David Brown, and the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. Now that will wrap up our GTM prototype qualifying session. Up next, more Superlap series, their second session of the day. Our street cars looking to find their fastest lap possible. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway for Fara's Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up in the tower watching over the Superlap series that is out on track right now. These are our street cars, HPDE drivers who have graduated to a timed class, searching for the best lap time within their segment. Large variety of cars out there. Let's run through the list. I'll let you know how everyone's doing. An SLU 135 of Ansel Henry, our only car with a 146.7. An SL1 Christopher Schultz with a 138.6. An SL4 Thierry Ritfield with a 141.634. Followed by David Schnorr in the 61 with a 141.643. So only 0.009 between the two of them right now. The 47 of Tony Fucini is in third. Joaquin Alvaro in the 64 is in fourth. And Michael Day, the 224 in fifth place. And SL3, Tom Sasbo, the only entrant that we have, the 144.449. And SL5, led by Ovik Kog, with 144.1. Over 1.3 seconds back to the 18 of Mike Moore, followed by the 113 of Gabriel Albano in third, and the number 12, Frank Gonzalez, in fourth right now for SL5. We've watched a couple of cars make their way onto pit road. More checking of tire pressure. We've seen it all day. Seems like every session, cars coming in, working on those tire pressures, trying to get the right balance of the car on this hot, slippery track. As we're watching, that is the 113 that just came across there, the BMW. Yep, Gabriel Albano setting a personal best, still in third in SL5. Working their way to the checkered right there. Not the checkered, the start-finish line. 47 of Tony Fucini, a 144.8 last time by. No improvement. Little shakeup in our SL5 category. The 18 of Mike Moore now leading over Ovik Kog in the number 8. So changes there, but other than that, fairly static across the board. About 8 cars still remaining on track, circulating around. Still 12 minutes to go, only about halfway through this session. Silver. Looks like Scion BRZ, Scion FRS, Subaru BRZ, Toyota 86, whatever one of the triplets it is. He's going to make his way back out on track, get an outlap, and see about a couple more flyers. it looks like there was a timing correction. Number 8 of Ovic Cog back in the lead of SL5. That 140 that we saw from Mike Moore was disallowed, so maybe cut the track somewhere on his way back after a spin, something along those lines. So Ovic Cog continuing to lead in SL5. Thierry Ridfield leading in SL4. Christopher Schultz leading SL1. And Tom Sabo and Ansel Henry are your SL3 and SLU leaders respectively. Only cars out on track for them. Coming up next at 12 o'clock, more Pro Spec Miata qualifying. Yes, they are back out on track. Expect to see more bump drafting. Now that everyone's got things dialed in, maybe found some new partners, you'll see them working together. That is your next session up on track. Pro Spec Miata at 12 o'clock. After that, we will step away for the HPDE session at 12:30. And then our lunch break at 12:55. So after the Pro Spec Miata qualifying, a nice little break. You won't be hearing from us for too long. 1:45, we will be back though. Our first race of the day, prototype in GT at 1:45. So that's what you have to look forward to. Pro Spec Miata and your prototype GT race. Talked about it. Mike Moore, the number 18, just finishing up his out lap. So on a flying lap now, looking to chase down the 8 of Ovic Cog in that SL5 category. Christopher Schultz in the number 17, that SL1 machine, just putting in the fastest time of the session. Now at a 138.3. That is the fastest car on track at the moment. And with just over 7 minutes to go, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll come back near the end of the session, run through the results, and then Pro Spec Miata time. Don't go anywhere, folks. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up here in the tower. Let's give you a quick rundown of how our Superlap series looks. In SLU, Ansel Henry in the 135 with a 144.8 is your lone competitor. SL1, Christopher Schultz in the 17, 138.2, your lone competitor there. SL4, Thierry Ritfield, the 141.634, held off the 61 of David Schnorr, 141.643. That's right, 9 thousandths of a second apart. Right behind both of them, Tony Fucini in the 47, a 141.684.050. So a very tight battle in our SL4 field. The 64 of Joaquin Alvaro in fourth, and the 224 of Michael Day rounding out SL4. SL3, Tom Zabo, your lone competitor, a 144.0. And SL5, Ovik Cog holds off Michael Moore by 1.4 seconds to keep the lead there. In third, the 113 of Gabriel Albano and the 12 of Frank Gonzalez rounding things out. The checker flag is out for our SL series, Superlap series. Next up will be Spec Miata for their the Pro Spec Miata for their qualifying event. Second one of the day, the last one, very interesting. That'll start at 12 o'clock. Haven't seen any of the Miatas make their way to grid, so hopefully we've got a nice gang turning up. We're going to step aside for just a moment. We will be back with your Pro Spec Miata qualifying at 12 o'clock. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up in the tower, out on track, your Pro Spec Miata qualifying session. Qualifying number 2. Saw some good action earlier on. We'll see if those results hold up or if we'll have some new pole sitters coming up there. I'm going to pull up our results and see. Michael Fountain is your current provisional pole sitter with a 140.512. Mike Leo in second with a 140.8. The 24 car currently quoted as Lewis Hamilton, but as we talked about earlier, we believe he has other obligations this weekend, and that is not in fact Lewis Hamilton. They're in third with a 140.9. Center Smith in the 55, also a 140.9. Then the 54, Natalino Scapatici, and with a 141.1, followed by the 20, Mike Hitchme, the 41.1. Those two cars working together. This time we're seeing the 17 and the 55 working together. Kalen Kinley and Center Smith. So everyone looking to improve their lap times from earlier. A 140.5, the one to beat. If you want to sit on the pole position, let's see how this group does as they start turning in their first flying laps. Currently seeing a couple of our Spec Miatas still in the garages, so they may have opted to sit this one out. Happy with their morning qualifying times. The track has heated up since our first qualifying, so could be tough for them to lay down faster laps. Doesn't stop a lot of these competitors from getting out there and trying, though. I'm seeing a couple of pairs around the racetrack, the 17 and 55 together, the 20 and the 54 together, using that classic Spec Miata bump draft. Try and gain some advantage on the straightaways. And there we go. The 17 and the 55 make their way, move up with a 143.0. Now sitting in second and third place. But the 20 and the 54, that's Hitchme and Scapatici, 41.9s. Almost a full over a full second ahead of the 17 and 55. But then the first solo car out there, the 65, another 2.5 seconds behind Center Smith, who's currently in fourth, Louis Bustani. So that draft working today for sure. Find a couple of extra tenths all the way around the track, adding up to those big gaps. Looking through the past results and comparing, no one has improved just yet this session, but a lot of time remaining. So don't count that out. As these duos start to get a little more comfortable with each other, start working together better, might see those times start to drop. As Kinley and Smith come by, start, finish again. No improvement, 43.9 that time by. 20 and the 54, no improvement either, a 43.1 that lap. The 58 of Macy Urso does run their personal best in this session, but still almost a second behind their qualifying one time. So no improvement there. Again, the times from the first session and the second session will be used to determine the starting grid of the shootout this afternoon. The 117 of Mark Kinley comes by with a personal best, a 145.1. Now that is an improvement from the first session, but Kinley was having issues. Came into the pits a couple of times, trying to get things sorted out. Looks like that car is running better in this second session, so good news for the 117 machine. Turning some consistent laps finally after a rough first session. And as both of our pairs have now crossed the line for their fourth lap, Smith and Kinley do improve, 42.7. Still slower than their previous qualifying times, but improvements. And then the 20 and the 54, Hitchme and Scapatici, both running an identical time of 141.768. Not an improvement on their times from earlier either. But nonetheless, finding some rhythm, finding some comfort with their drafting partners now, which is a really big part. Mike Leo out there in the 69. He was second with a 140.8 in the morning. Looking like he's running a little slower this second session. Yeah, we're afternoon now, 12:09 p.m. Eastern time. Running slower in this afternoon session. So wondering if maybe they put some new tires on the car. They're just getting them scrubbed in, saving some fresh rubber for their shootout. And the 117 of Mark Kinley rattles off another personal best for the session. .55 and 17 of Smith and Kinley rattle off another personal best of 42.6. Still no improvement though. Center Smith's fastest lap from the last session, a 140.9, and Kinley's a 42.499. So a couple of tenths off of Kinley's best there in the 17 machine. The number 3 car of Grayson Knoll, last time by ran their fastest, a 44.5, still a couple of tenths off their best from the morning session. So doing my rough math here, the only car that has improved from the morning is the 117 of Mark Kinley. That was the car that had issues. So his qualifying time from this session is going to be the one he uses to set his grid spot. Everyone else seems to be fairly content with their morning session times. Our pairs appear to have split up. I'm not seeing any bump drafting going. No, I take that back. 17 and 55 still working together. They found another 10th that time by, down to a 42.55 for Kinley and Smith. Still behind Kinley's by about a 10th. And over a second and a half from Center Smith's best lap earlier this morning. The 20 and the 54, Hitchme and Scapitici have pulled in. I don't believe it was because of any issues. I think they realized that the track was a little too slow to make any improvements, but they were working very well together. I expect to see that duo pairing off in the race this afternoon. Again, that one will come around 4 o'clock today for our Spec Miata shootout. We are just over halfway through the session. No big changes on our leaderboard as far as gridding goes for our qualifying spots. There's an improvement there. Center Smith, Kalen Kinley, now up to a 42.07. So we officially have an improvement from Kalen Kinley. She has moved up from a 42.4 to a 42.0. Which looks like would move her up one grid spot right now, from 8th to 7th on the provisional grid. Again, everything I'm telling you is not official. This is all my rough math. The 65 of Bustani has also pulled back into the paddock after their laps. This time by Smith and Kinley separating. Looked like they were both running side by side, doing a little swap, trying to get some air across the radiator. Talked about it earlier this morning. When you're bump drafting, not a lot of airflow over the back car's radiator, so it can get very hot. Drivers have to not only manage getting around the track as fast as possible, but managing those water temperatures in the engine. And without any airflow over the radiator, that gets pretty tough. So a couple laps in a row, especially these warm temperatures. We're already into the 80s here at Homestead Miami Speedway, making it a little tricky. And the 117 goes for a little spin just at the exit of 6. The 55 and the 17 get by no problem. And the 117 is back on track. So a quick spin and continue. No issues there for the 117. Talked about Mark having problems with the car earlier. Could really tell he was pushing it because this was really his only qualifying session he's going to get. Now down to 8 minutes to go. Smith and Kinley, the 55 and 17. Hooked up again with the bump draft this time. 55 pushing the 17. And no improvement. We'll see now that they've got a good setup if the 55 can help Kinley find any more time. Judging by the paint schemes on both those cars, I want to say they're teammates. Look like similar sponsors on the back trunks there. So maybe this is a way to help Kinley out. Smith already has a pretty good qualifying spot. He's going to be starting in the top 5 as of right now. So trying to bring his teammate Kinley a little bit closer. One more spot forward for Kinley, and I think they're going to start nose to tail in the 2nd and 3rd rows. 4th and 6th, but need to find a couple more tenths. 42.0 is not quite going to do it to move Kinley into 6th. They had a really clean lap so far. They caught traffic in a good spot, the short chute between 7 and 8. They're making their way out onto the banking. A little bit of a gap there. Smith trying to get to that back bumper. The faster those cars get connected in the bump draft, the better it works. And there's a first tap, but a little bit strong. There's a small gap there. You want kind of an instant contact, and they magnetize together. That's where the bump draft is its most efficient. So let's see if this was enough as they make their way around. Crossing under start finish. No improvement there. 42.4. Looks like they're going to go at it again though with 6 minutes to go. Plenty of time for at least 2 more laps, maybe even 3. Now the question is, can Smith keep that radiator and the water cool enough to push Kinley around for a couple more laps? The 169 of Cole Trickle making their way down pit lane. That's the 58 of Macy Urso, currently in 6th this session with a 44.2. No improvement there. The 169 is going to go back on track, so maybe a tire pressure adjustment, trying to find a little more grip at the front or the rear. Changing those tire pressures can, soften up the tire, allow it to get a little more grip, or if you need to, you can change the balance of it. If you've got too much grip in the rear, too much grip in the front, adjust the pressures at the other end, try and balance things out. Get that car dialed in just to your liking. Spec Miata, as the name suggests, all spec cars built to the same specification. So it all comes down to driver and how happy they can work together. Looks like a better bump draft this time from Smith and Kinley. Working their way out of NASCAR 4 onto the front straight. Is it an improvement? No, not this time either. Time running out for those two. Try and put Kinley into that 6th spot. A little bit of an off over in turn 6 again. Might be the 127 of Camden Cole. Couldn't get a clear read on it from here with the dust in the air. And 2 of our Spec Miatas coming down the safety road onto pit road now. The 58 of Macy Urso and the 169 of Cole Trickle went out for an outlap but did not go for a second flying lap. And the 55 has made its way onto pit road. So Smith and Kinley officially splitting up. No more bump drafting together. The 55 pulls down into the paddock off of pit road. And with that, I'm going to go ahead, 2 minutes to go, run through your order of this second qualifying session. Now, to preface all of this, I think all of the cars here ran faster in the morning. I don't think these times are going to be included in the qualifying, but we'll find out at around 4 o'clock when those grid sheets come out. So your fastest car, or should I say cars, of the session, the 20 of Mike Hitchme and the 54 of Natalino Scapatici, 141.768 for the pair of them. Obviously working together with the bump draft. In third, the 55 of Center Smith. In fourth, the 17, Kalen Kinley. Fifth, the 65 of Louis Bustani. Sixth, 58 of Macy Urso. Seventh, the 3 of Grayson Knoll. Eighth, the 117 of Mark Kinley. The only car we know their qualifying time is going to come from this session. The 127 of Camden Brown is in ninth. The 10th, the 169 labeled Cole Trickle. And in 11th, the 69 of Mike Leo. So that's going to wrap up your Spec Miata practice and qualifying. The next time you see them on track will be the shootout at 4:05 this afternoon. Next series up is our HPDE, Intermediate and Advanced. We will not have any commentary for them as they do not have lap times. And then we'll take a lunch break at 12:55. So next time you'll hear from me, 1:45 for race 1 of our prototypes and GTs. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway here at the Fara Miami Grand Prix. Prototypes and GT's race 1 on the track behind our pace car. I'm going to try to get through this grid and let you know our orders. Starting on your pole position, Drew Altman in the number 11. Next to them in the 54, Adolfo Rossi. Third place, Jesse Gross. Fourth, Nabi Mumar. Then to our GT cars. The first of our GT cars, the 268 of David Twatty. Next to them, Miguel Angel Marcano in the 129. Then in 9th, Ned McPherson. 10th, Justin Levine in the 47. 11th, the 4 of Bart Collins. 12th, the 4X of Michael Coquad. 13th, the 67 of Robert Garza. 14th, the 772, Jeff Altenberg. 15th, the 274 of James Hammond. 16th, the 313 of Kelly Ganji. 17th, Warren Cooper in the 72. 18th, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in the 08. 19th, Jared Wilson. 20th, David Lira. 21st, Larry Giles. 22nd, the 53 of Gary Young. 23rd, Rafael Rosario. Then a break. We'll have a third group in the action there. 27th, Jose de las Casas. 28th, Marco and Rick. 29th, Wayne and Elijah Thompson. 30th, Carlos Villasanya. 31st, Rodrigo Cohen. 32nd, Alejandro Garcia. 33rd, the 46 of Jill Urso. 34th, the 25 of Peter Bailu. 35th, the 43 of David Brown. 36th, the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. 37th, the 800 of Tom Ciora. 38th, the 198 of Ben Arce. And 39th, Alfonso Ruiz. I'm not sure we have all those cars on track. It doesn't appear to be the case. But either way, here they go. The green flag is waving. They are in the air, and we are racing as the prototypes go ahead and make their way. One of them turning in early. So now we wait for our GT field to come along. David Twatty leading the field, and there is the green. David Twatty with a big jump, the 47. Right behind him, that's Justin Levine into second position from third. And they all make their way down into turn numbers 1 and 2. David Twatty already pulling out a 4 or 5 car length lead over the field. Justin Levine, though, looks like the 24 was able to sneak by going into turn number 3. So Levine, after a great start, now in third, fighting their way back. Sorry, that looks like the 4, Bart Collins, with a big jump now in second place. Possibly the 4X. Too far away for me to see if there is a little demarcation next to it, but yeah. Nabi Mumar is going to be your leader right now in the 77 prototype, and then the 268, that orange and blue 911 of David Twatty. And we've got a little bit of a mess in turn number 8. Cars off in the grass, dust flying the back of that GT field, making a mess. I see cars moving. It looks like a red Mazda Miata. And yes, the 4 of Bart Collins, the one that jumped Justin Levine in the 47. And we've got a car spun at the exit of turn 14 as well, waiting for cars to make their way through the road course so they can make a U-turn. Off of driver's left, looks like they're gonna be okay. Just a spin. And that is the 53. The 53 with the spin exiting 14. Gary Young. So an interesting start to the beginning of this race. David Twatty making a huge gap out at the front, but the rest of the pack dicing it up We're seeing dust flying at the exits of turn 6. No car spun, but a lot of action so far. No flags waving around the track from our corner workers, so it looks to be clean. As the 77 of Nabeem Umar continues to lead overall. David Twatty about 5 seconds a lap faster, though. He's going to be hunting that car down. The 4 of Bart Collins, followed by the 47 of Justin Levine, then the 4X of Michael Coquad. The 67 of Robert Garza is in 6th. Then McPherson all the way back to 7th now, after starting right there in 3rd position, back to 6th in the GT field. Another close one to watch out on track right now is our Honda Wars class. Wilbur Perez and the number 6 leading that group right now in front of the 317, Hermogenes Ramirez. Then the 111 of Albin Roman is in 3rd in that group. So we'll keep an eye on them. Battles in the fast cars, our GTs at the front, and our more street-oriented cars. The Hondas, I can see them all bunched up as they go down the short chute into turn 6. That lead car, the number 6, Wilbur Perez, about 3 car lengths over the 317 of Ramirez, and the 111 right on the back bumper of the 317 as they make their way out of turn 7 towards the hairpin, turn number 8. Working the way through, the 111 goes up the inside of the 317. We'll see if they can make it stick. It's Roman over Ramirez. And it looks like he's pulling out a gap. The 111 going to be hunting down the 6 of Wilbur Perez as they go through the road course sections of turns 11, 12, 13, and 14. And a slow-moving car off on the safety road. That is the 23. Of, no, not Ned McPherson. That's Wayne and Elijah Thompson in the 23. That car moving slow. Trying to get back to pit lane. I'm going to have to cross over there. And now, after this lap, David Twatty, officially your overall leader after passing the 77, the prototype of Nabeem Umar. And he's starting to make his way to the back of the GT field here. Some of the other cars are going to have to start working through traffic. We talked about this during qualifying. This is a multi-class race. You know, a GT1A car, a Porsche Cup car from current years, is going to be trying to get past Honda Civics, Mazda Miatas, BMWs, the E30s, E36s, the whole lot of them working their way through the field, trying to not lose any time as they make the pass. So this 25-minute session, 7.5 minutes already gone. Yeah, David Twatty has opened up a 19-second lead over the rest of the GT1A field, far and clear away. Then Ned McPherson in the 24 and Kelly Genji in the 313. They are about 3 seconds apart, fighting for the second spot on that podium right now. As a whole gaggle of cars make their way out of turn 14. Everyone looks clean. Onto the front straightaway they go. And in the shuffle there, the 111 of Albin Robon gets in front of the 6 of Wilbur Perez. And now that leaves Ramirez in the 317, third place in the Honda Wars class. GT2B, the 79 of Jared Wilson, has a 1.3 second lead over David Lira, who then has a 26 second lead over Larry Giles. So the GT2B race fairly close to the top, but spreads out really quickly. In GT2A, the 772 of Jeff Altenberg still holding in there, leading that class over James Hammond by about 1.3 seconds. So some good battles around the track, multiple classes really getting after it right now. So we're watching the exit of turn 14. Your leader, David Twatty there in the orange and blue Porsche 911, exiting, working his way down the front stretch. And the 4X starting to close up the gap a little bit to the 47 of Justin Levine. That's GT1B class. Bart Collins in the 4 kind of checked out, about 5 seconds ahead of the 47, but the 4X of Michael Coquad slowly moving towards that 47. So that podium is not decided by any stretch yet. The GT4, Carlos Villasana has pulled out a big lead over the 77X of Marco and Rick. 14.8 seconds, and then 7 seconds behind Marco and Rick, Rodrigo Cohen. That's your top 3 in GT4. Yeah. There we go. We see a nice look of our Honda Wars battle there. The 111, that blue and yellow Honda Civic, leading the way about 5 seconds ahead of the next car in class. That's the number 6. It's going to be that red Honda as well. And then the 317, who's going to make a move to the inside right now. That's Ramirez. Going to make it stick into turn 10. So you see them moving their way through, coming out through 13 and 14. There they go. You see that Honda, that silver Honda, just in front of the red one. That is second and third place in our Honda Wars class right now. So a little shuffling there. Some close battles still on track. A lot of other ones spreading out. We're just talking. David Twatty in the blue and orange Porsche. You're going to see him coming through turn 1 and turn 2 on your screen in just a couple of seconds. He's opened up about a 35-second lead. And there he is, right in frame now, working through the Florida roller coaster as we see the tail end of that Honda battle still going on as well. So he's going to have to work his way through. Multi-class racing, very difficult that way. Trying to let those other competitors race without messing up their fastest laps, but you've got to race your own race too. Takes a lot of respect from driver to driver. It certainly can get a little dicey every now and then. But it looks like a lot of fair play through that Florida roller coaster down turns 3, 4, and 5. As they work their way back onto the the back straightaway, excuse me. And you can really see that speed difference there. That blue and orange Porsche able to just pull away many, many car gaps into turn number 10 compared to your Honda Wars class. The other battle that's getting awfully close, the 79 of Jared Wilson and the 66 of David Lira. We said they were close in qualifying. We're going to try and find them around the track, the 79 and the 66. See if we can follow them for a couple of laps. I don't know where they are right now, but on screen now we have 79 and the 66 working their way through turns 1 and 2. That's Jared Wilson and David Lira at GT2B. That is one of your closest battles on track right now, the lead in that class. So we're going to follow them along as they work their way turns 3 and turn 4. That's turn 5 there. They're going to work their way towards turn 6, excuse me. Our first of the hairpins and short shoots there. 66 a little too far away to make a move. So we'll see if they can get a good run through 6 and 7. Maybe as they make their way down towards that hairpin, be able to figure something out, find a way for Lira to get around Wilson. But no, still too far. Gonna use the draft on the backstretch. See if they can close the gap. Maybe a move into turn number 10. So there they go, falling off into turn 10. Not close enough again. They were doing everything they can through turns 11. It's close, it's close. Not a tough place to make a pass here, though, as they exit turn 14 onto the front stretch. Still nothing from Lira in that BMW Z4 compared to the M4. Just not able to get by. Working through turn number 1. See them pop out right there through turn 3. Real close together here. Going down through turn 4. Lira on the inside, and they touch. A little touch there. Looks like they're going to continue on through turn 5. Wow. So the racing is getting dicey with 5 minutes to go. The 66 tried to make a move on the inside there. Unable to get by. A little bit of contact right in the door. Looks like both cars continuing on, no problems. We do have a car off in turn number 8. Yeah, turn number 8 there. Local caution's out, so not able to make a pass in that corner. But once again, the 66 right on the back bumper. As they go down, they're going to turn into turn 10 off the banking. And there they are, working their way through some lap traffic there. And they're going to get held up. This could be interesting for the 66. To see if they're able to capitalize. Nothing on the exit just yet. It's down the front straightaway they come. Working towards turn number 1. We'll take a quick look at all of our other classes. Nothing close as that right now, so we're going to stay with this battle. As there it is, the 66 up the inside this time. As they work their way down into turn 3. On the outside, can they hold it? Possibly, it looks like it. The 66 is going to go through. So David Lira able to make the pass for GT2B over Jared Wilson. And Jared Wilson is going to try to fight back, but not able to do so. They're working their way down the short chute now. Close. Will he be able to make a move? He's going to dart to the inside. He's in the inside. He's got him. And he's going to make the pass into turn 8. So now Wilson fights back over Lira. But Lira going to try a crossover. See if they can get the inside of turn 9. Working the way into turn 10. They're side by side on the backstretch right now. But Wilson now. A little bit bigger lead. So that lead change in GT2B did not last long, but it did happen. Lira going to try to fight back here. Wilson a little squirrely, unable to make anything happen, but Lira right on that back bumper. White flag is waving as they cross the start-finish line. One more lap to decide things. Your overall leader remains David Twatty. He has a 34-second lead over second place right now. He's working his way through turn 8 and then turn 9 in the backstretch. As the 66 has some faster traffic coming through. That's the 4 of Bart Collins. Working between the 79 and the 66. It's going to slow the 79 up a little bit, allow the 66 to get a little bit closer. And Lira's going to go to the inside of turn 7. Does it have the legs? No. No. Wilson in the 74 going to fight back. Going down into the hairpin. while that battle's going on, the 66 not able to make a move. The checkered flag comes out, and David Twatty is going to win race number 1 here for your prototypes and GTs. Turning our attention back to the GT1B field. GT2B field, excuse me. Wilson continues to lead by about 2 car lengths. Big gap, pretty hot into turn 11. Able to make a stick. The 66 tries to dive up the inside. Can't make a move. 2 more corners to go, 13 and 14 back onto the front stretch. They are not going to get by. Jared Wilson in the 74, or in the 79, excuse me, is going to take the win over the 66 and GT2B. Let me run through your classes real quick. Coming up next, we have our Formula Fara race. Race number 1 of the weekend. We're very excited about that one. But here is your results. Starting with GT1A, David Twatty, we talked about it, wins that in the 268. Ned McPherson in 24, then the 313 of Kelly Ganji, and the 72 of Warren Cooper round out GT1A. GT3, 46 of Jill Urso on the top step of the podium over the 55 of Jose de las Casas. So Jill able to work her way through over Jose and Wayne and Elijah Thompson, who finished 3rd. They had to retire early. GT4, Carlos Villasana is going to win in the 32, followed by the 77X of Marco and Rick, and the 973 of Rodrigo Cohen, the 800 of Tom Ciora, and the 198 of Ben Ars. And GT1B, the 4 of Bart Collins, wins by 8 seconds over the 47 of Justin Levine, and the 4X of Michael Coquad, the 67 of Robert Garza, and the 91 of Rafael Rosario. And GT5, Pete Ballou wins that one over the 43 of David Brown, and the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz, and the 256 of Alejandro Garcia. GT2A, the 772 of Jeff Altenberg, wins over the 274 of James Hammond, and the 53 of Gary Young. GT2B, we watched that race a lot. The 79 of Jared Wilson wins by 0.7 of a second over the 66 of David Lira, and then the 96 of Larry Giles. Our lone prototype car, Nabeem Umar, is going to finish 15 laps and win FP3. And in Honda Wars, the 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez, excuse me, is going to win that one by 1 second over Albin Roman. Wilbur Perez retired a little early there, 1 lap down from those 2 in the Honda Wars class. That is it for race number 1 of your prototypes and GTs. What a race it was. But stick around, we've got more racing. Up next, race number 1 of the Formula Fara is going to be up and going. Going to be exciting, especially after watching qualifying. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway at the Fara Miami Grand Prix. On track now, Formula Fara qualifying. I said before that this was race one. No, not yet. I'll have to wait a little bit longer. Still got to get some qualifying in. We got to set a grid. So we've got all 9 of our cars out on track right now for Formula Fara. We saw the practices getting very close at the front, especially since this group is running the bankings this time. So here we go. Green flag is waving. Cars are on track. Just a quick recap of what happened last time. Alexander Savage was your fastest in the 33, 26.5. Enzo Vidmontien in the 95. Then Cole Madero in the 8. Axel Roberts in the 1. And then Francisco Oliveira in the 21. All of them separated by a grand total of 0.4 of a second between the top 5 cars. But just outside the top 5 was the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez, the 11 of Lucas Fink, and Maite Caceres in the number 6. That car had to come in early. Thinking there were some issues with it, but that car did start and is back on track. So we'll see if Caceres is able to put in some lap times as we are getting our first flying laps coming into the books right now. And it is the number 6 with the fastest flying lap so far at a 127.119. Top times right now, 126.535. Excuse me, 126.198 was the fastest we saw in practice. Now, none of those lap times count towards the grid. All that matters is this session right here. So while we can use it for some reference, unless they run the lap time in this session, it's not going to help them in their grid position. And after 2 flying laps, Caceres continues to lead the field at 126.7, about 1/10.5 over the number 1 of Axel Robards. Then the 8 of Comadero, the 21 Francisco Oliveira, 89 of Daniel Rodriguez in 5th, the 11 of Lucas Fink is in 6th, the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien is in 7th. 33 of Alexander Savage is in 8th, and Cam Becker in the 31 is in 9th right now. And Francisco Oliveira just clicks by a personal best of a 127.0, moving up into that 3rd position. Maite Caceres goes by as well. And now the 31 of Cam Becker comes by with a 125.7. Almost a full second in front of the 6 of Caceres. So the 31 of Cam Becker now, your leading car in Formula Fara, your provisional pole sitter. The rest of the field clicking off some personal bests. Not a ton of movement. Comodero, Francisco Oliveira, Enzo Vidmontien, Daniel Rodriguez, Alexander Savage, Lucas Fink, all running personal bests that last time by. But right now, Cam Becker is the class of the field. Dark blue car crossing start finish line now. Another improvement, a 125.641. Last time by Maite Caceres though, the number 6 car moves up 126.2. So only 6.5 tenths between first and second now compared to a second last time by. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. 2.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session for Formula Fara. Cam Becker continues to lead the way at 125.641. The only other car in the 25s right now, the number 6, Maite Caceres in second place, 125.9. Then the 33 of Alexander Savage. The 95 of Enzo Vidmontien. The number 1, Axel Robards. The 8 of Comodero. The 21 of Francisco Oliveira. 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. And the 11 of Lucas Fink. All 9 of our Formula Fara cars out there. Going to have, looks to be at least one more flying lap, maybe 2. as Francisco Oliveira in the 21 runs a personal best, moves up to 6th on the grid right now. One of Axel Robards crossing underneath start stand there. No improvement on that lap. Down pit road comes number 99 of David Twatty in the Legends category. Car spun. Turn number 9 there. Trying to get a peek that looks, from my binoculars, maybe the 11 of Lucas Fink. So Cam Becker sitting on pit road right now. Crew doing some adjustments on the car. Don't think there'll be enough time as the checkered flag is in the hand of our starter and it waves above start finish line. The one, Axel Robards, will be the first to see that checkered flag. No improvement on that final lap. The 95 is also pulled in along with the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. Just waiting on a few more cars to cross the line to see if there are any more improvements. The next car by here is going to be the 11 of Lucas Fink. That was the car that spun in turn 9, so no improvement on that lap. Maite Caceres, no improvement for them on their final lap either. Two more cars coming down the safety road. The 21 of Francisco Oliveira, no improvement. I believe that is it. The one is working their way on the backstretch. So here is your starting order for your Formula Fara race later this afternoon. The 31 of Cam Becker will lead the field with the 125.641. Outside of row 1, Maite Caceres in the number 6. Then the 33 of Alexander Savage and Enzo Vidmantillon make up the second row. The third row, Axel Robards on the inside, Francisco Oliveira on the outside. Fourth row, Cole Madero and Daniel Rodriguez in the 8 and 89 respectively. Lucas Fink in the 11 will round out the Formula Fara group. David Twatty in the Legends category, right at 127.5. That would put him, looks like 8th on the grid if he grids in with the Formula Fara cars, or he'll have a separate start. I don't know. I have not seen that separation before, so we're going into that pretty new. But that'll wrap up Formula Fara qualifying. Up next, Superlap series for their next session. Let's see, we've got 5 cars already waiting on grid, more of them coming out. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway, the Fara Miami Grand Prix, and our Superlap series out on track right now. We've seen them earlier, like we talked about, just going for lap times here. Basically a qualifying session every time they're out on track. So let's run down the order, see how everyone's doing. In SL4, Tony Fucini leads the way over David Schnorr by 1/10 of a second. Those two have been at it all day. In third place in SL4, the 97 of Thierry Ritfield, and then the 224 of Michael Day in fourth in that category. In SL5, the 8 of Ovik Kog has a 7-second lead over the 12 of Frank Gonzalez. In SLU, Ansel Henry, the only one out there for that category, a 140.3. In SL1, Christopher Schultz leading with a 138.4. In SL3, Corey O'Mara leads over to the 732 of Tom Zabo. And many cars have already decided to come down pit road, retire early, even though we're only about halfway through the session. We've got about 6 or 7 cars still circulating, turning laps right now, so we'll see if there's any shakeup in the positions. As another one of our Miatas turns down pit road, that's the 47, Tony Fucini. See if he goes to a pit stall or if he's going to turn back into the paddock. Yeah, into the paddock he goes. So Tony Fucini leading in SL4 is going to head back in. That does leave the door open. The 61 of David Schnorr. But looking at his timing as well, I think he may already be in the paddock. So, cars slowly dwindling down in this session. The 8 of Ovik Kog continuing to turn laps. A 154.6 last time by. Not a lot of pressure from the 12 of Frank Gonzalez in that category. So out there just enjoying the track time. Probably one of the best parts of being in the Superlap series once you've graduated out of HPDE. A lot of track time, not a lot of traffic since you have drivers of equal skill level out there ready to go. And I believe no point buys as well. Passing on the straightaways at your discretion. So if you're interested in getting out on track, the HPDE ladder up to the Superlap series is where you want to look. It's a great opportunity to run your street car. You don't have to have anything too fancy. Just make sure that it's got fluids, all the bolts are there, and you got a nice helmet. Come on out. Race with Fara. Coming up right after the Superlap series, 305 is going to be our HPDE beginners and novices. And then at 335, HPDE intermediate and advanced. So we'll have almost an hour of break between the ending of the Superlap session and the start of our Pro Spec Miata shootout. But once that Spec Miata shootout starts at 4:05, we've got racing for the rest of the evening for the most part. A small HPDE session in the middle, but it'll be Pro Spec Miata HPDE Formula Fara race number 1 at 4:55, and then 5:25. Prototypes and GTs take the track again for race number 2, their endurance race. Yes, 2 races in one. There will be a 25-minute sprint race as well as an hour and 15-minute endurance race. So the field will thin out at about the third mark of the race, 33% through. And then after that, cars will continue to go, make their pit stops, and do their endurance race. No changes in lap times in our Superlap series. 2 cars, so circulating around the track. 3 cars, soon to be 2. One's pulling down onto pit road now. But there's still 8 minutes to go, so I'm going to step away for just a moment. Be right back. We'll run down the finishing results of our SLS, the Superlap series, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up in the tower. And up next, Pro Spec Miata Shootout. 15 minutes for these angry little four cylinders to attack this track. 14 turns, 2.2 miles, and out at the front of the field, the 101 of Michael Fountain leading us to the green flag. I want to run through your grid for you. Like we said, Michael Fountain in the 101 on the pole position. Outside of row one, the 69 of Mike Leo. Right behind Michael in the 24 is Alex Acosta in third. In fourth, the 55 of Center Smith. Fifth, the 54, Natalino Scapatici. In sixth, the 20 of Mike Hitchme. In seventh, the 65 of Louis Bustami. Eighth, the 17 of Kalen Kinley. Ninth, the 58 of Macy Urso. 10th, the 3 of Grayson Knoll. And 11th, the 117 of Mark Kinley. In 12th, the 127, Camden Brown. And 13th, rounding out your field, the 169 of Cole Trickle. Now, what should you expect from this race? It's going to be very close racing, especially at the front. Spec Miatas love to stay together up there. They will use the draft as they are going to be on the banking here for this race, as we've seen all day. So expect them to stay nice and tight. You'll see them bumper to bumper bump drafting, using that car in front to break the air, letting the car behind push them ahead. And here we go. Lights are off on the safety cars. It pulls down pit lane. Michael Fountain in the 101 has the field coming up towards start finish. The green is out, and there they go. Michael Fountain with a great start. The 24 of Alex Acosta right behind. Also a good start. And in second of the outside, Mike Leo falling back quickly, trying to hold on to that third position, but Center Smith is there and is attacking, trying to get by. The 5, Scapatici trying to work, the car in 5th place, 54, trying to get by, but no luck. A little bit of a slide on the exit for the 69 of Mike Leo. Seeing some cars run wide in turn 4 there, or turn 5. And now Alex Acosta has made it to the front and leads the pack into turn number 6. Michael Fountain hot in his tail, and then about 4 car lengths back to that 69 of Mike Leo. A lot of side-by-side action further back in the pack. The 55 of Center Smith in 4th place after all of that. The 54 car right behind the 55. And then Mike Hitchme in the 20. Your top 6 cars right now. Those are going to be your pairs as they work their way out of the hairpin. A little bit of dust on driver's right. But there they go. Looks like second and third have connected. That's Mike Leo and Center Smith. They are the first pair to pair up. Let's see if the bump draft is going to be able to help them close up that gap that Acosta and Fountain have made at the front. Right now, they're working together very smartly. Neither of them satisfied to stay in third when they know working together can get them further up the podium. Michael trying to work his way back to Alex Acosta right behind. We have 2 cars working together. It looks like the 54 and the 20 again. We saw them together in qualifying and now in the race. A little bit of action running. Oh, a spin there in turn number 1. We've got a car off on the inside of turn number 2. I'm gonna try and see who that is. Acosta continues to lead in front of Michael Fountain. Right behind them is the 55, Center Smith. So that might have been Mike Leo. Mike Leo, who is back moving. I'm gonna see if I can get a view for you here through the binoculars. No, that's the 117, Mark Kinley. So he got involved in a little scuffle there, caused him to head off to the outside. Wonder if some of those issues that were earlier on during practice and qualifying came back to plague the car. But nonetheless, all the cars still moving out on track. Acosta with a large gap back to Fountain. Center Smith no longer has a drafting buddy. So the front three doing it solo, but Mike Leo pulling up to the back of what looks to be the 54 car. So fourth place has a push. First, second, and third all by their lonesome as they come across start-finish line here. Alex Acosta leads again, opening up about another... Well, I'm seeing a little bit of a shakeup on the timing here. Gonna have to check that one out as we've got another cloud of dust through turn 2. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Michael Fountain, second. Todd Burris in the 55 now. So that is not Center Smith. That is Todd Burris driving that car according to timing and scoring. He is in third. Scapatici in the 54 in fourth, and Mike Leo in fifth. Mike Leo started second, moved his way back, but was working well with the 54 car. Gonna see if they're able to work their way back towards the 55 of Todd Burris. Michael Fountain looking to be closing the gap just a little bit. To Alex Acosta as they get into turn number 8 and 9, back onto the backstretch. Working through. That looks to be close enough from my Mark 1 eyeballs to say that Michael's going to have a draft. Will it be enough to close the gap? I don't know. Todd Burris in the 55 too far back to really take advantage of any broken air coming off of that 101 machine. And right behind him, the 54 and the 69 are hard charging. 69, Mike Leo pokes his nose out and is going to go around the 54, moving into fourth position now. Into turn 1. All the cars look good. A little further back. Everybody's staying single file right now. And now the 3 of Grayson Knoll has come down pit lane. So maybe him and the 127, both of them not showing up a third lap yet. Looks like they are pulling out of the race. No, the 127 just crosses start finish now. So it might have been the 127 of Camden Brown that spun, not the 117 of Mark Kinley that we thought earlier. Working their way through turns 8 and 9. Acosta still leading. 4 or 5 car lengths. Fountain not able to close that gap. And the 55, Todd Burris, about the same distance, unable to close the gap. This time the 54 will push the 69, trying to make up some ground, find their way onto the podium. But they are a good ways back. They're going to need a lot of help and a lot of cooperation between the two drivers if they want to make that happen. As Alex Acosta crosses the line on lap number 4, running a personal best and the fastest of the race, a 140.744. About 0.6 of a second faster than Fountain in the 101. So the gap is growing at the front between first and second. Todd Burris, a 141.6, so 0.3 slower than the 101. So the gap from first to second grew. Gap from second to third grew. And the gap from third to fourth grew. Leo and Scapatici not faster. Not able to make up ground. And it appears the 127 has taken the escape road and will come down pit lane. That's Camden Brown. Will be retiring early. As the rest of the cars head through turns 8 and 9 onto the backstretch. Single file to get up onto those bankings. Those parabolic bankings. More banked at the top than at the bottom. These corners here at Homestead, kind of unique. We don't see that at many of the tracks around the country, especially ovals. Acosta running very low, trying to break any draft that's there between him and Michael Fountain. This time, Michael Fountain, the personal best, a 140.8, but Acosta, a 140.7, so another 1/10 of a second on the lead there. Todd Burris with a 41.8, so the gap from second to third grows substantially, but Mike Leo, his personal best, 41.6, closes 2.5 on Todd Burris. Right now, the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. The closest we have, the 69, the 54, and the 20. The 20 of Mike Hitchme, now the fastest car on track, a 140.618. Able to use the draft of those two cars ahead. We'll see if that continues. Maybe he'll work his way into the mix here, as it appears that third place, that bottom step on the podium, still very much up for grabs here in our Pro Spec Miata shootout with 5 minutes to go. All right, and in turn 9, we do have a car spun. We're gonna get continued again. Looking for a number. Can't quite find it, but watching there, Michael Fountain, a 140.1 compared to a 41.2 for Alex Acosta. So Michael Fountain now closes the gap by over a second, right on the back bumper of that 24. And the 24 looks slow exiting turn 5. Michael Fountain's gonna go right around the left side of that car. Let's see if he can hold it on the outside of turn 6. The 24 fights back. Acosta is going to hold that position in the lead. But Michael Fountain charging hard late in this session. 4 minutes to go. Is not giving that up. The gap from 3rd to 4th closed a little bit as well. Mike Leo starting to approach Todd Burris's back bumper. I think he's going to have some draft to help him out of turns 8 and 9 this time as we go around. Michael Fountain definitely close enough to make a push towards the 24. There it is, the draft. NASCAR's 3 and 4. You can watch those cars closer together. There is the bump from Fountain. He's going to push Acosta forward and move to the outside. Does he have the motor to get around? They're side by side going towards turn number 1. He's going to back out. They'll go single file through turn number 1. He thought about it though. And the 69 on the back bumper of the 55 now. So Mike Leo and Todd Burris battling it out for that last step of the podium. Alex Acosta continuing to lead, holding the top spot, but Michael Fountain wants to take it away real bad, looking for any opportunity. We'll see what he can set up through the rest of this lap. Right behind the 69 is the 54, Scapitici, and the 20 of Mike Hitchme. So if there's any sort of mistakes from 1st and 2nd or 3rd and 4th, those two have been working together all weekend, ready to take advantage of any mistakes. as they enter NASCAR 3 on the banking. Mike Leo is right on the back bumper of the 55 of Todd Burris, pushing them around. Michael Fountain moving to the outside again as the white flag waves. This is the last lap. Fountain looking around the outside, unable to make a move into turn 1. Will Leo make a move into turn 1? No, he'll stay single file. Fountain trying to find a way into first. Leo trying to find a way into third. We'll see if Himchi and Scapatici stay a happy pair together or if they'll mix things up. Good ways back is the 17 in 7th place right now. It's Kalen Kimley. Then Mark Kimley behind, and Macy Urso in the 58. Rounding out 9th place. Those are the only 9 cars on track. Fountain looking to make a move in turn 7, unable to do so. Gives a little bump to Acosta that could open things up too far for him to make an attack down into turn number 8. As we watch on, seeing if they're going to make a move. Fountain looking to the inside, going to stay in line as they work their way. The next pair back. Will Leo stay in line? Leo pokes the nose but doesn't make a move. So Burris will stay there instead. And the 54 and 20 stay in line as well. So here we go. Last time by, Acosta with a big gap this time between them. Let's see if Michael Fountain can get enough draft to make a move near start finish. I don't think it's going to be the case, but I'm not going to say never here. Fountain definitely closing. Doesn't look to be enough. The 24 of Alex Acosta is going to win. Michael Fountain in second, and the 55 of Todd Burris in third. Mike Leo in the 69 will come next. And the 54 and 20 cross the line side by side. The 54 of Natalino Scapatici will hold on for 5th position. Mike Hitchme in the 20 in 6th. Kalen Kimley crosses the line in 7th. And a side-by-side shootout here between Macy Urso and Mark Kimley. Who's it gonna be? Mark Kimley. A photo finish for 8th position. All the way back in the field. Mark Kimley will hold on. Keep 8th. Macy Urso with a great run at the end, trying to find a way into that spot. She will finish 9th. The 169 of John Griffin will finish 10th. 65 of Louis Bustani will finish 11th. 127 of Camden Brown will finish 12th. And rounding out your Pro Spec Miata field at this shootout, number 3 of Grayson Knoll. Well, a great race there. We saw how much the draft can be used. Cars were able to really find some top speed, pulling in line there when the gaps were close enough. Man, I'm excited for the races tomorrow. The Spec Miata field looks great. But we've got more racing for you. We're not done. We're going to take a quick break. HPDE Beginner and Novice will be next. And then at 4:55, Formula Fara, race number 1. Yes, that's right. Formula Fara will get out on track. And then right after them, our prototypes and GTs for race number 2/Enduro. Yes, 2 races in 1. Folks, don't go anywhere. We will be right back here at Homestead Motor Speedway for the Fara Miami Grand Prix. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway here at the Fara Miami Grand Prix. Up next, our Formula Fara race number 1 out on track now. These Formula 4 cars ready to put on a show. Let's run through our starting order. At the front, your pole position, number 31, Cam Becker with a 125.641. The outside of row number 1 is the number 6, Maite Caceres. In the third position, Alexander Savage in the 33. Fourth, number 95, Enzo Vidmontien. In fifth, the 1, Axel Robards. In sixth, the 21, Francisco Oliveira. In seventh, the 8 of Cole Madero. In eighth, the 99 of David Twatty, running in our Legends category. In ninth, the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. And in 10th, the 11 of Lucas Fink. Here they go. The pace car is in. Becker leads the field towards the start-finish line. Starter, green flag in hand. Here they go. Green flag is out. Let's go racing. Becker with a great start. The 6 of Caceres pulls in right behind. Now going back out to the outside, trying to get a run. It's going to be Becker, Caceres, and Vidmontien, who go 1, 2, 3 into turn number 2. Making their way. Turn number 3 can be a little slippery early on in the race. Let's see, any drama? No, everyone makes it through clean. Single file through 4 and 5 down the short chute to turn number 6. Some side-by-side action with David Twatty and the number 89 car. Maybe the 8 car. Those teammate cars, tough to tell. But everyone else single file there as Becker pulling out about a 3-car lead over the number 6, Maite Caceres. And a little further back, right there as they make their way into turn 8. No drama yet. They all get through good. Robards a little bit wide. No harm, no foul there. Making their way. Now Formula Fara is running the oval this weekend. Last time we saw them here, they were running the infield section, the road course section. So higher speeds into turn 1 and 2 make things a little bit more exciting. The drivers and the spectators, but this time by Cam Becker going to lead with the 6, then the 95 and the 21 of Francisco Oliveira, all the way up from 6th into 4th position. So a good start there for the 21 machine. So all the cars make their way through 1, 2, and 3. No drama there. Becker continuing to lead by about 3 car lengths over the 6. Another 2 car lengths back to the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien. Alexander Savage started in 3rd. Rough start. Moved all the way back to the 6th position. He's going to want to get that start back and make up some ground. Now fighting off attacks from the 1. Yeah, the 1 car is going to go wide. Axel Robards is going to fall back now behind the 8 of Cole Madero and the 99 of David Twatty. Slot right in front of the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. And at the front, single file business as usual. No changes there. Becker, Caceres, Vidmontien, your top 3. Front 4 single file, but a little further back. 5th and 6th side by side right now. That is the 33 and the 8. The 8's going to go around the outside. Cole Madero in front of Alexander Savage for 5th place. And now under attack by the 99 of David Twatty. Oh, he's trying to hold off the 1 of Axel Robards. So a lot of action happening a little further back from your top 4. The battle for 5th right now. 4 cars nose to tail as they exit turn number 5. Looks like a rough exit for the 99 and the 1. So a little bit of breathing room for the 33 of Alexander Savage. I'm sure he's happy to look in his mirrors and see that gap forming. as Becker makes his way into turn number 8 and 9 onto the back straightaway. Not much of a change there, but the gap between the 31 and the 6 might take a Caceres. Now the gap between the 6 and the 95 looks to be extending a little bit. That 31 car and the 6 pulling a little bit, first and second, moving away from third. But if you look at the bankings now, the 33 trying to find a way around this 8 car. Ducks in line as they go through start finish. Twatty around the outside of the 1 car. One had gotten around in turn 9. And Axel Robards is going to hang on to that 6th position now. Sorry, 7th. So the battle right now between 5th and 6th, very tight, and 7th and 8th, very tight. 9th place is the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez, trying to get up to that pack, hoping for maybe a mistake to be made and opening, gain a couple more positions. Now this race is going to be 12 laps. 12 laps, not a time session, it's a lap session. So a little different from all of the races we've seen so far. But at the pace they're running, it's going to be about a 15 to 20 minute race, somewhere in between there at a 1:26 pace set by Cam Becker right now. So at the completion of lap number 4, Becker continuing to lead, not able to shake the 6 of Maite Caceres. Then third, 95 of Enzo Vidmontien, and then 4th, Francisco Oliveira. The 33 of Alexander Savage looking to make a move on the 8 of Cole Madero, but no room. Madero drops a tire on the outside of turn 2 into turn 3. Nowhere for the 33 to go. So they work their way down the hill, turn 4, and then back up into turn 5. And the 1 of Axel Robards has gotten around the 99 of David Twatty. So Axel is going to work his way into that group with Cole and Alexander, the 8 and 33 car. It's going to make it a 3-way battle for 5th position right now. As 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all playing pretty nicely, well spaced out at the front of the field. As they make their way around, Cole Becker continuing to lead the 33, looking for a move on the outside of the 8. Nothing there that time as well. Seems like the same story lap after lap. We'll see. Does the 33 try to make a move to the inside? No, the 8 holds it off. Nothing on the outside at turn 1. Through turn 2, let's see. Everybody clean there. No dust in the air, but the 33 goes up the inside of the 8. Working through into turn number 4. The 8's going to fight back on the inside. Nowhere to go. The 33 of Alexander Savage, though, is going to pull it off. Exiting turn number 5. It's a slow run, though. The 8's going to come back at them. Into the inside of turn 6. Looking for a spot. The 33 slams the door and will hold on to 5th position. But that allows the 1 to get into the battle as well. So now you've got 3 cars, nose to tail, the 33, the 8, and the 1, all together looking to try to get to 5th spot here. The 8 pokes the nose out, going to be able to make a move to the inside? No, not yet. Thought about it, just not enough room. So Alexander Savage in the 33 survives a wild series of corners there and makes it into 5th position, but now the 1 is on the move, looking to get to the inside of the 8, Cole Madero. Madero goes to the inside, right on that white line at the bottom of the banking. Nowhere to go. Now the draft is in effect. The 8 starting to close on the 33, the 1 on the 8. 33 looks to make a move, leaves the bottom open. The 8's going to go to the inside, fighting for a spot into turn 1, just inside the bumps. The 8's going to go through at turn 2. The 1 looking for a spot 2. The 1 makes it through. The 33 goes wide off the track, and now the 99 of David Twatty back in the mix. So 4 cars fighting for this position in 5th place. David Twatty in the 99 taking advantage of the mistake made by the 33. A little too hot, a little too outside. So now it's the 8 and the 1 in 5th and 6th, the 99 in 7th, and the 33 in 8th. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th still single file, no action there. The 6 getting a little bit closer to the 31 of Cam Becker, but not close enough to make a move. The 33 is looking inside of the 99 into turn 8. Does make the move. Can they make it stick? No, it looks like the 99 of Twatty has a better run exiting the corner, but the 33 has the inside line. He's going to drive it right down to that paint line of the banking. And the 1 going around the top of the 8 now, as Becker is coming up on lap traffic of the 11. Continuing to lead, that's going to let the 6 get closer, but here we go. Right now, the 8 defending from the 1. The 1 on the outside, the 33 looking for a move around the 99. Just a couple car lengths back from those 2. What a race we have going on for 5th and 7th position right now. And up the inside goes the 1. He's going to have the outside for turn number 4. The 8's going to fight back, holding the line. Will the 1 be able to get a better run through turn 5? It is a neck and neck race. The 1 with a better exit, but the 8 has the inside into turn number 6. Them racing side by side allows the 99 and the 33 to get back into position. The 33 goes up the inside now of the 99, David Twatty. And now all 4 cars nose to tail as they exit turn 7 towards the turn 8 hairpin. The 8 trying to hold on to that 5th position. The 1 up the inside. Axel Robards going to make it stick. Now the 33 right on the back bumper of the 1. Looking back at our leaders, the 31 made it around the 11, and so did the 6, but now the 6 of Maite Caceres even closer. Couple of different battles we're going to try to follow. The 33 now on the outside. Oh, they are shuffling around on the banking. The 8 going to the inside of the 1. The 33 will follow the 8, and the 99 will as well. Again, we've seen this before. Is the 1 going to be able to hang on the outside? Yes, this time it works. But the 8 holding 5th position. Alexander Savage in the 33 back to 6th. 7th, the 1 of Axel Robards, and 8th, the 99 of David Twatty, nose to tail. Checking back in on the leaders while they're on a straightaway. Maite Caceres is about 2 car lengths back from the 31 of Cam Becker. A lot of action going on. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, nose to tail. No changes there through turn 6 and 7. This time exiting turn 9, Caceres a little bit closer to Becker. Can they use the draft to pull in a little bit of that gap? Maybe make an attempt into turn number 1. We've got a car wide. That's the 1 of Axel Robards. Very wide through turn 8. The 99 not able to capitalize on it though. And this time, crossing start finish line, the 6 is right on the gearbox of the 31 car. The 6 moves to the outside, trying to find a way around the 31. No room there. Looking back to the inside, stays single file through turn number 2. And 3 and 4, the 6 stays behind the 31. The 8 continuing to stay up front. The 33 looking to the inside in turn 2, gets the door slammed. Now the 1 coming back, trying to find an inside line on the 33. The 33 slams the door. A couple of different attacks there going into turns 1 and 2. The 33 looks a little slow on the exit of turn 5. Can Axel Robards and the number 1 car make the move? Nothing there, but a lot of defensive driving. That's letting the 8 get away just a little bit. Cole Madero very happy to see them fighting side by side. Let's look ahead. The 6 not quite close enough to the 31 for the lead, as now we are working lap number 10. The 6 closing in on the 31, using the draft, staying right in line, not close enough, going to go single file through turn number 1. We'll see if anything can be done in turns 2 and 3. Third place continues to be the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien, and the 21 of Francisco Oliveira in 4th. And now the battle for 5th is heating up. Sorry, the battle for 6th. The 8 goes by no problem with lap traffic of the 11. Now the 33 holding on to 6th place. The 99 of David Twatty able to make a move on the 1, but the 1 is going to fire back. Goes up the inside of turn 3. He's going to have the outside of turn 4. David Twatty continuing to hold on. The outside of turn 5. Now the 1 going to the left side of the 99. Nothing David Twatty can do to defend that one. Just a better run there. So things have spread out a little bit. 5th place, Cole Madero able to pull ahead a little bit. 6th place has a little bit of breathing room. 7th, Axel Robards has David Twatty in the 99 all over the back bumper. Let's see, Twatty's going to make a move to the inside, going towards turn number 8. He's got the inside, going to make it stick, holds it all the way through. Can Axel Robards fight back on the exit? He does have a good run. He's going to have the inside getting to the banking. And while all of this is happening, the white flag waves at start finish. And the 6 of Maite Caceres is all over the back bumper of Cam Becker. So 2 races pretty far apart on the track we are going to try and keep track of. We'll follow the lead group for right now. Cam Becker going down into turn number 4. With Caceres right behind in car number 6. Definitely close enough. Will they stick a nose out? No. Cam Becker closes off, covers the inside line. Going to make Caceres go around the long way. Smart move going through 6 and 7. 2 right-handers in a row. Tough to get anything done on the outside. It looks like the 1 has moved away from the 99 a little bit, so it's definitely going to focus on our lead right now as Caceres. The inside closed off by Cam Becker. The 6 going to have to go around the outside if they want to make it happen. Can they cross it over here at the exit? Turn 8 and 9. No. Yes. Yes. Caceres now on the inside ever so slightly. Won't have a draft this time, so hopefully a good enough run. But Caceres is going to have the inside line around the banking. Cam Becker with the momentum right now, though, but has to go a little bit further around the track. Caceres tight against the cones. It's Caceres and Becker. Becker still leading. Caceres fighting back. Who's it going to be at the line? It is Becker. Cam Becker is going to win race number 1. Maite Caceres less than 1/10 of a second apart. In 3rd, Enzo Vidmontien in the 95. In 4th, Francisco Oliveira. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th finally sorted things out for us. 5th place is going to be the 8 of Cole Madero. 6th, the 33 of Alexander Savage. 7th, the number 1 of Axel Robards. 8th, the 99 of David Twatty. 9th is going to be the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. And 10th, the number 11 of Lucas Fink. Wow, what a race for race number 1 with Formula Fara. Incredible action that we saw there. Really putting on a show for the Formula cars here. Whew. All right, I'm going to take a break, catch my breath. In just a moment, we are going to have our GT and prototype cars out on track. A double race here. It's going to be a 25-minute race and an endurance race all in one. So all the cars will start at the 25-minute mark. The cars that are not running the Enduro will come down pit road. The Enduro cars will stay out for an hour and 15 minutes. So not only is it multi-class racing, We have races within a race. Now we have races within races within a race. It's going to be a lot of fun coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked in on the Fara USA YouTube channel. Stay tuned. Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway. Up next, prototypes and GTs for their race number 2 / Enduro, the all-in-one super race we've got going on here. The first race number 2, is a 30-minute race. It's going to happen while the Enduro is going on. After the 30-minute mark, cars will pull in, and the Enduro cars will stay on track. So they will wave a combination of flags to let racers know that the 30-minute mark is hit, and the rest will stay out and continue their hour and 15-minute Enduro race. Let's run through the grid for you here. Starting at the front, pole position, the 77, Nabi Mumar. Next up, a split start there, the GT cars. The 268 of David Twatty is on the pole, with the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano in second. The 4 of Mike Manella is in third. Fourth, the 47 of Justin Levine. Fifth, the 4X, Michael Coquad. In sixth, Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. So that's most likely an Enduro car. We'll see that 24 car out there for the whole thing. In seventh, the 67 of Robert Garza. Eighth, the 313 of Kelly Ganji. Ninth, the 772 of Jeff Altenberg. In 10th, the 274 of James Hammond. Then Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. and Warren Cooper in the row right behind. In the 9th row, Jared Wilson and David Lira. We saw that battle shape up earlier. After that, row 10, Larry Giles, Rafael Rosario, and Rodolfo Rodriguez sharing the 91 machine. After that, the 53 of Gary Young. And another split in the start there. After that, the 32 of Carlos Villasana and the 77X of Marco and Rick. 46 of Jill Urso and Jose de las Casas and Mario Cater in the 55. 973 of Rodrigo Cohen and Felipe Johan Peter. And the 25 of Peter Ballou. A couple more cars on the grid, but the pace car is in now. Our leader in the prototypes is coming through, and the green flag is out for the 77. Right behind him, the GT cars, and there it goes. Green flag waves. The 129 is going to lead them to the front. That's Miguel Angel Marcano. So David Twatty, running in the Formula Fara race, did not get back. That orange and blue Porsche still parked in the garage. So Miguel Angel Marcano in the 129 is going to be leading your GT field at the start of race number 2. Here we go. Working our way through the field. Everyone looks to be playing nicely so far. A lot of single file actions through turns 3, 4, and 5. Turn 6, a little bit of a traffic jam there as cars are slowing down to get through that first hairpin towards the second short chute. And the 47 already looks to be all over the back of the 129. That bright green Porsche, easy to spot from here. We'll see if Marcano can hold off Justin Levine in that 47 car. So they make the turn down onto the road course. Turns 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Not running the banking like Pro Spec Miata and Formula Fara did. So a little more technical of a track, a couple extra corners to navigate. But the 129 is going to pull away. The 4 of Mike Manella under attack by the 47. And the 4X, Michael Coquad, all right in a row. Heading into turn 1 on lap number 2. A little bit of dust in the air further back in the pack. One of our more street-oriented cars. Getting a little bit crazy in the back, but everyone seems to have made it out facing the right direction. So a clean lap 1 as everyone posts their first lap. 77 continues to lead the way. One of our 2 prototype cars on track right now. They are a fair bit ahead of everyone else. And there's the 129, Miguel Angel Marcano. Nice big gap. And after that, the 4, Mike Manella, the 47 of Justin Levine, and the 4X, Michael Coquad, all nose to tail in that second spot of the GT category. Let me give you some classes breakdown on that. They might not all be fighting each other. Nope, they are all fighting each other. All of those 3 cars are in GT1B. So GT1B right now, the battle to watch as they work their way through. And some shuffling going on. Now the 4 has made it through, has some pressure from the 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. They are in a different class. This is the GT1A class. So now the 4 has the buffer of the 24. The 47 not able to make a move on it. It's a little bit more comforting. See if the 4 gives up that spot easily or if they're going to fight to hold on to what is 3rd overall right now on this race. Turn 6. Nose to tail. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all the way back in our overall positions. The 4, the 24, the 47, the 4X, the 67, and the 313. All fighting for 3rd through 8th. This is your race leader, the 11 of Drew Altman. Was not on our grid sheet. Goes on through. A 129. About 20 seconds back. Your first GT car in the field. And like we talked about, the 24 looking to the inside of the 4. It's a GT1A car trying to get around and does. The McLaren makes their move. And now the 47 right back behind the 4. Manella and Levine ready to battle it out for the lead in GT1B. The 4X is the 4th car in line there. Now the 4X attacking the 47 a little bit. Now the 67 working their way into the mix, trying to get around the 4X, another GT1B car. One of our biggest classes we have for this race. A big move there up into the 3rd position of GT1B, overtaking the 4X. That would have been the 67 of Robert Garza. So now GT1B looks like this, the 4, the 47, and the 67. We'll see the update on the timing screen as they cross start finish line now. So the 67 getting around the 4X, Michael Coquad. As they work their way through turn 3, 4, and 5. Staying single file for the most part. No action right now, but the 67 has been the one to make moves. Made that big move into turn number 8 on the 4X. We'll see if they get close enough to the 47 to make a move this time by. Ganji moving ahead of the 4X as well. That's a GT1A car, so should be able to work their way through the pack as they're hitting lap traffic. That's the 111. The 111 of Albin Roman, part of our Honda Wars class, causing a little bit of disruption there, but I think everyone made it through pretty safely. And now the 47 goes to the inside of the 4 in turn 10. The 47 leading GT1B now. The 67 right on the back of the 4. Big checkup as they go through turns 11 and 12. 13 and 14 back onto the front stretch. Nose to tail, there's some contact. And that's a spin. The 4X gets spun at the exit of turn 14. And that's by the number 91 car. The 91 gets right into the back end. I don't have that car in timing and scoring, so I don't have exactly who that is. I'll check with binoculars. Maybe I got the number wrong. But the 4X is going to come down pit road. Michael Coquad early into the pits to check on that car and make sure there's no damage. So out in front now, Justin Levine leading GT1B over the 4 of Michael Manella. And then the 67 of Robert Garza. Oh, I found the 91. That's Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez, another GT1B car. So some class action is happening there. And now along the outside, we're 3 wide through turn number 8 with the 47, the 4, and the 67. The 67 gets a run on the outside. They're going to get around the 4, but the 47's got some legs. Going to be able to hold off the 67 heading into turn number 10. 67 thinks about an outside move, falls back in line. And here they come on more lap traffic. Couple of Miatas ahead of them. That's gonna make things a little bit dicey. As that GT1B battle continues. Justin Levine in the 47, the 67, and the 4. Your new order. As they work their way through more lap traffic. On the exit, the 67 slowed up by lap traffic. The 4 going to try to look to the inside at turn number 6. Backs out at the last minute. So this 4 will stay behind the 67. And the 4X of Michael Coquad was able to get back out on track, but is now substantially back from that pack. Have to see if during pit stops later on, they'll be able to make that work. A little bit of action there between the 72, 66, and one of our prototype cars, maybe the 77, at the exit of turn 4. Looks like everyone made it through okay. But the front 3 of GT1B continue to be the most exciting race to watch. Working their way past the 800 car of Rowe Racing. The 47 and the 67 nose to tail now. The 4 and the 91 falling back. And 313. And Kelly Ganji hanging in there as well. We are 11 and a half minutes in. I'm going to check some other classes, see how the battles are doing. Right now, GT1B is the one to watch. GT5, Peter Ballou, David Brown, 25 and the 43, a half second apart. 25 is a red Mazda Miata. I've seen that one out on track. Looks like 2 red Mazda Miatas. Heading down into turn 6 now. What else do we have? Close to each other. Yeah, this GT2B class was pretty close before. The 79 of Jared Wilson leading the 66 of David Lira. 2 cars we were watching in the race previous to this one. And they're heading down into turn 6 right now, about 2 or 3 car lengths apart. We'll see how their race continues on. Checking back in with our GT1B cars though. 47 leading there, Justin Levine, followed by the 67. Now the 91. 91, I believe, is out of class. So that's not really a race other than the overall position. Yes. Oh, no, the 91 is a GT1B car. So first, second, and third, nose to tail, the 47, the 67, and the 91. 91 looking up the inside of the 67, nowhere to go, backs out, goes single file to turn one. The 91 and the 47 drops the wheel. The 67 and the 91 go through. The 67 now leading Robert Garza, leading GT1B, having to work around some traffic though. The 91 looking to find another spot. Checking the inside, gonna go for it. No, yes, the 91 up the inside of the 67. So the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez now in the lead of GT1B. The 67 of Robert Garza in second. The 47 of Justin Levine in third. After that, Mike Manella in the 4, the 313 of Kelly Ganji, and Jeff Altenberg in the 772, just the next group behind them. And now we've got the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A starting to work their way into this group here. We've been talking about it the whole time. The 91 pulling away from the 67, who's pulling away from the 47. But the 313 now attacking the 47. So Justin Levine has lost a little bit of time. Not able to quite keep up like he was when he was leading the pack. Now under attack from some new cars entering the fold. Looking back at our Honda Wars class, one of our slower classes on track, the 317 of Ramirez. Strong lead with 11 seconds there, but the 6 of Wilbur Perez is continuing. That's the red Honda Civic hatchback. Running faster than Ramirez right now, so gonna close the gap a little bit. 11 seconds back, got some work to do. And the 111 of Albin Roman closing out that class, running off pace from what we saw earlier. That car does not sound as healthy as it did in the previous sessions, so they may just be trying to limp it home at this point. GT5, Peter Ballou hanging on to the lead there over David Brown, 1.6 seconds ahead. 44 of Alfonso Ruiz, and the 256 of Alejandro Garcia. We're gonna round out that one there. GT3, Jose de los Casas and Mario Cater in the 55 machine are leading with the 46 of Joe Urso in second. GT2B, we talked about Jared Wilson, David Lira, Larry Giles. That race very close still. They are running nose to tail, and the 66 just gets by Jared Wilson this time. So a change for the lead in GT2B as we're talking about them. In GT4, Marco and Rick in the 77X continue to lead over the 32 of Carlos Villasana. The 973 of Rodrigo Cohen and Felipe Jonapeter are in third. The 800 of Team Sawinski, that Row Racing BMW, is in fourth. And the 198 of Ben Ars in fifth for GT4. In GT1A, Miguel Angel Marcano has made a huge gap. 19 seconds back to the number 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. 313 of Kelly Ganji is in that mix of the GT1B race that we were watching earlier. Warren Cooper in the 72 is in 4th. And that rounds out our GT1A class. The 268 is still parked in the garages. GT4B, Rafael Garcia Jr. is our only entrant there. And FP3, Nabi Mumar in the 77. And FP1, the number 11, that is the fastest car on track. Your overall leader, Drew Altman. All right, I can pick my head up from looking at the score sheet. Check out what's going on track. The 47 is coming on to pit road. We talked about that car being a little off pace, not able to keep up like they did at the beginning. So they are on pit road now, the 47 car. That means the 91 is continuing to lead there over the 67 of Robert Garza. And Mike Manella in the number 4 machine is 3rd in GT1B after the timing is updated here with that 47 car. Pulling off of pit road back into the paddock. Looks like they are done for the race. All right, we've got a spin exiting turn 11 on our road course section. Can't quite get the number on that, but it looks like one of the GT1B cars that we had been talking about earlier. Let's see if we can get an update on that as timing cycles through. I think that is Miguel Angel Marcano. Yes, it is. Miguel Angel Marcano. They were leading in GT1A and now a spin, and they are currently disabled. So that gives the lead back to Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer in GT1A in that 24 car. See if Marcano can get that fired off again. But that was the car that led the GTs to the green flag during that split start. And now with some serious issues, sitting off to driver's right between turn 11 and 12. Looking around the track, trying to find some more action for you. The 91 still leading GT1B. They have caught up to the 24, who was an out-of-class car, but they are working their way forward. That 91 not slowing down. And the 313 of Kelly Ganji has gotten by the 67 of Robert Garza. We talked about that 313 being a GT1A car, so out of class compared to the GT1B cars that they were racing in. But yes, now they have moved ahead. So they are now second in class, third overall for the 313 machine. We talked about the lead change that happened in GT2B while we were commenting on their running order. David Lira continues to lead that class, now by 4.5 seconds over Jared Wilson in the 79. They have almost a 1-minute gap over Larry Giles, the third place car in that class. And a spin in turn 9. Got ourselves a red vehicle. And that is the 4 of Mike Manella. So the GT1A and B cars having some issues. Looks like Miguel Angel Marcano was able to get moving from in between turns 11 and 12. But that was our race leader, so that definitely shakes things up a bit. The 4 was running in third in GT1B. We'll see if the 4X, after having that spin earlier on, is able to get back into the third position. Once timing updates here. No, not quite. The 4 of Mike Manella is going to hang on to third position, but the 4X is now just a few seconds behind, working their way to try and get back onto the podium in GT1B. So a big turn of events there. 11 seconds behind the 4 car now, compared to almost a lap down at one point after that spin that the 4X had. From the contact at turn 14, yes. The 91 got into them, if I'm remembering correctly. But yes, the exit of turn 14 there did have a little bit of chaos near the start. Speaking of the chaos, the 91 just crosses start-finish line with the 24 behind them now. So able to move up in an overall spot, but not in a class spot. They're already leading GT1B. And according to timing and scoring, that puts the 91 as our overall leader now. So Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez, overall leaders in GT Prototype Race number 2/Enduro. '24 hot on their tail though. Not giving that one up just yet. The 66 car of David Lira has pulled out another 7 seconds over Jared Wilson in the 79. That gap's grown to 13.8 seconds from 6 seconds just a moment ago. Yo 8, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. further ahead of James Hammond in the 274. 55-second gap in GT2A. And GT5, Pete Ballou continuing to lead the 43 of David Brown by about 8 seconds. But now David Brown has Alfonso Ruiz right on his tail in the 44. So second is up for grabs in that class there. If I'm not mistaken, no, I am mistaken. That is not the right cars. That is Marco and Rick in the GT4 class. They just came by start-finish line. And they've got a 9-second lead over the 32 of Carlos Villasana. The 4X has closed the gap. Michael Coquad working towards the podium of GT1B. Mike Manella now only 7.2 seconds ahead. So 4 seconds cut down in the last 3 laps there. 91 continuing to lead overall over the 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. But they're just 6/10 behind. So the overall lead has certainly not been decided yet. As we continue on into this race, we're 29 minutes in, 1 minute to go of race number 2. That is not where the action stops. Just because we will start announcing some winners for this session does not mean the race is over, not by a long shot. We've still got another 45 minutes to go, and this ends. Our starter is working on grabbing the flags needed. It's going to be a combination green and checker. That will signify the end of race number 2 and the start of the Enduro. 45 minutes to go. All of the laps done up until now do count towards the Enduro. So cars that have been out there, it's not a brand new race. All the work that they've done does not go away. You'll just start seeing cars pulling into the pits. What's exciting, though, is the 91 and the 24 have 2 names listed. So I'm assuming both of those cars that are fighting for our overall lead will continue on in the Enduro. We'll see next time by as the green and checker does wait for the 91. And now the 313 of Kelly Ganji moves in front of the 24 of McPherson and Dyer. So a shakeup in GT1A on our last lap. So Kelly Ganji is going to win GT1A for race number 2 in our GTM prototypes. Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez will win GT1B. GT2A is going to be won by Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. GT2A there. GT2B, the 66 of David Lira, is going to come away with the win. In GT4, the 77X of Marco and Rick. The lone entrant in FP3, Nabi Mumar, is going to win that one. And in our Honda Wars category, 317, Hermogenes Ramirez is going to win Honda Wars race number 2 over Wilbur Perez in the number 6 and Albin Roman in the number 111. GT5, Peter Ballou opened up another second over David Brown, so he is going to win GT5 in race number 2 here. 43 of David Brown in second, the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz in third, and the 256 of Alejandro Garcia in fourth for GT5. In GT3, Jose de las Casas and Mario Cater will finish first in the number 55. The 46 of Jill Urso will come in second in GT3. All right, our non-enduro cars, our race 2 only cars, are starting to come down pit road. They will work their way back to the paddock, heading in after this race, but the race is still on. Like we talked about, the 91, we believe, is going to stay out, as well as the 24. Those cars were battling for the overall lead for quite some time, despite being in separate classes. And we believe they're going to continue that battle for the next 45 minutes. things look now? We've got some new timing we've got to pull up. Looks like the 24 has gotten around the 313 of Kelly Ganji. Don't have the next timing session in front of me yet, so I can't confirm that. But just by the looks of things, the 91 and then the 24 and then the 313 is the order on track outside of my window. The 67 is there in the background, and the 08, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., a GT2A car, is all over the back bumper of the 67. So while the car counts have been cut, we don't have as many cars on track as we did when we started. After this race 2 finished, the racing doesn't look to be slowing down at all. And since we are about at the halfway point, I'm going to step away for a quick second, catch my breath, and then we will take you to the end of this GT and prototype endurance race. Again, we've got another about 40 minutes at this point of racing. We'll bring that all to you here on the Fara YouTube channel. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the Fara Grand Prix. We are dead in the middle of Prototype and GT Race 2 Enduro. Race 2 just finished moments ago. Now it is just the Enduro waiting to go. We've got some of our front-running cars on pit road right now. The 24 was running first when they came in. The 313 on pit lane as well. And the 08, oh, excuse me, the 8 is on pit road. All getting some fuel here to splash off and go to the end. Sorry, it's the 129 on pit road with them. 129 getting fuel. So that leaves the 91 out there all on their own up at the front. The 08 is quite a ways back, about 10 seconds back. That's your second place overall car. Third is the 24. Still on pit lane. Looks like they did a driver swap and some fuel. So as they finish up that pit stop, we'll see where things shake out. The 91, our current leader, will also pit. So we'll see how the pit crews do here. Working their way through. So some class leaders for you here. David Lira in the 66 stayed out. So he is leading GT2B over Larry Giles. In the GT4 category, Rodrigo Cohen and Felipe Johan Peter are gonna be your only GT4 car. In GT3, the 55, Jose de los Casas and Mario Cater are your only entrant. GT5, the 256 of Alejandro Garcia is your single entrant. The 77, Nabi Mumar, is your single entrant in FP3. Now GT1A, it starts getting interesting. 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. They were leading when they came down pit road, continuing to lead as all three GT1A cars sit on pit road at this moment. The 313 of Kelly Ganji and the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano. Out my window, they sit in that order. The 24, the 313, and the 129. We'll see who gets out of the pits first. The 08 is the only entrant in GT2A remaining for the Enduro. That's Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. And GT1B, the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez are leading that category over the 67. Right now it says there's a 3-lap gap, but the 67 has already made a pit stop. So we'll see how that works its way around when the 91 comes down pit lane. As far as the GT1A battle, the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano was the first of those three cars out. Then the 24 and then the 313. So Marcano may be able to get a lap back, but still a lap down if that is the case. We'll see how that all works itself out. Now the 91 is quickly approaching the 67 of Robert Garza. The 67 already pit, so it would not be good for them to give up another lap technically if the 91 is able to get around. So we'll see if the new driver in the car, whether that is, oh, not a new driver, that's just Robert Garza, the only entrant. We'll see if he's able to get back up to pace and stay ahead of the 91. That would be a huge benefit when it comes time for the 91 to make their pit stop. So far, so good for Robert Garza. Able to stay ahead of the 91. The 91 all over the back bumper as they go through turn 11. In towards turn 12, the 313. Kelly Ganji right ahead of them. Don't expect that car to cause any problems traffic-wise, so should be able to keep them moving. Yeah, the 67 being hunted by the 91, trying to not go another lap down since they have already made their pit stop. The 91 is running a little slower than they were earlier in the race, maybe because of that 67 car holding them up. It is allowing the 08 to slowly creep back up towards the lead. Now, that is different classes, but the overall lead is something these drivers are going to want to fight for. Has a sense of pride just to be able to say they were the fastest in the whole race. And the 08 now cutting a couple of tenths off every lap or so compared to the 91. So as long as the 91 stays behind the 67, that could be great news for Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. As they exit turn 14, the 67 continues to stay 4 or 5 car lengths ahead of the 91. Right where they want to be. Oh wait, coming up on some lap traffic on a straightaway, so should not be an issue. That's the 55 car. Gonna get out of the way, give the inside to the 08. Gonna make it through no problem to turn 1. Good news for the 08. 08 was not faster that time by. So the gap opens back up by a couple of tenths. 91 and the 08. The 24, however, just ran the fastest lap of this Enduro session at a 128.642. So that car is up to temp and up to speed. And running 6 seconds a lap faster than 91. On the 91 pits, that is going to be big difference that we'll see. Probably going to give the lead back to the 24 if I had to guess. And this time by, the 24 goes even faster at 128.243. Cuts 4 tenths off their previous fastest. Looking at the overall lead, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. improvements to the 91. Falls back another 3/10. The 67 is staying ahead of the 91. Right what they want to do. Running a good pace for that class in GT1B. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. in GT2A not able to close up towards that lead. So after pit stops cycle through, we'll have a better idea. We've got 24 minutes to go for these cars to make their stops and work their way through the rest of this Enduro race. Down onto pit road comes the 08, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. Hitting in from second overall, leading in GT2A. As they get to work, hood comes up on that car. It's a Porsche, so I think they're just fueling it from the front. A little different than what we're used to. Door is open, they're servicing the driver as well. Probably some fresh water bottles, making sure they're hydrated. But overall, things are good. Oh, a car is off. A car is off over in turn 11, and that is the 24. The 24 goes off in turn 11. Back on track quickly, though. So not a huge time loss there. But after the pace they were running, it's disappointing for them to have to drop back and run a slower lap time like that. New fastest car on track, the 129. Miguel Angel Marcano in the GT1A category at 127.8. Very fast lap. Good to see that car didn't have any prevailing issues that happened after that spin happened in turn 11. Turn 11's claimed a couple of cars this race. But the 129 able to get going again and clearly running just fine. It looks to me like they've rolled out some tires for the 08 car. Yep, that car is up on jack, so they are doing some tire changes. So going to be a little extended pit stop for the 08. As the only car in the class, not a huge deal. Only for the overall and that pride victory we were talking about. I'm sure these drivers would love to have an overall trophy as well as their class trophy. Certainly not the end of the world to take a little extra time, put some fresh rubber on. And here in Homestead, the sun is pretty much set at this point. The lights are on here at the track, lighting it up. What a great view this is. Very cool to see the headlights running through the track, winding their way through turn 3, 4, and 5 over there. And that big video board lit up. All of these great sponsors, we want to thank them. leader, the 91, with a little bit of a mishap. Exiting turn 6 and 7, dropped the wheel, a little bit of dust. Able to continue fairly quickly. Don't think there's too much of a time loss there. The 08, fresh rubber on, is back rolling down pit road, headed towards the exit. Just crosses start finish and is going to take the 3rd overall position over the 08. An out-of-class car, not the end of the world for the 08. The 67 will also pass the 08 in GT1B. So the extended pit stop, moving the 08 a little bit further down the overall leaderboard. But again, the only car in that class, so not sure if that team was too worried about it. Right. What we've been waiting for to see how things shake up. The 91 pulls in, your overall leader, down pit road. Heads into their pit stall. We'll see how quick the pit stop can go for this team. Right now, a little over 2 laps on the 24. And then McPherson and Tom Dyer for the overall lead. And about 3 laps for their 2nd place car in GT1B, the 67. First pit stop we've seen so far with a sense of urgency. The 67 is working their way down the backstretch, going into turn number 8 now. A little bit of traffic, but looks to slow them up just a bit on the exit of turn 8 through turn 9. I'm watching the crew down there. They are definitely hustling more than some of the other crews we've seen. They know what's at stake. The 67 making their ways through turns 11 and 12, now 13 and 14. Moving 1 lap closer. .134.7 for Robert Garza in the 67 car. Still 1 lap down though, so the 91 car is going to need to take 2 full laps here if they want to let the 67 back in. Not sure they've got that much work to do on the car. The car was running pretty good. They're still working on the driver change. The crew member working on a rear tire as well. Like just air pressure adjustments. The car is not up in the air. So good news for the 91 team, bad news for the 67. 67 through turns 8 and 9. Once again onto the backstretch. 91 still on pit road. Driver door still open as the 67 making their way through turns 12, 13, and 14 onto the front stretch. All right, now is crunch time, about 90 seconds. To get that 91 car back onto the track, where will this shape up? The battle for GT1B and possibly the overall lead. But as I say that, the 24 is going to cross the line and move back into the overall lead. So Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer now leading overall. Their GT1A car up at the front. 313 of Kelly Ganji going to be the next one to see if they can move into second overall. And the 67 of Robert Garza through turns 6 and 7. Second place in GT1B. Will that early pit stop pay off for them? Or will the 91 be able to get out in time? Still waiting to see. The 313 comes through. Second place overall for that car. Now the 67 down through turns 10 and 11. Working towards 12, 13, and 14. And through goes the 67 of Robert Garza, the new GT1B leader. So early pit stop working out for them. As now the crew is pushing the 91 back. No, they may have found something wrong with that car. It looks like it is heading back to the paddock. The car that had led just about the entire race up to this point. The 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez being pushed back into the paddock. So now the 24 leading the way in front of the 313, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., even after doing a full set of tire changes. In third overall, the 67 is about 8 seconds back from them. But lap time wise, I don't see the 67 making it back up to the front. Just as I say that, the 67 moves in front of the 08. The 08 has not come by for their next lap. So they may have pulled back to the paddock when I wasn't looking, or they are out on track with an issue somewhere. We're checking our cameras, don't see anything. Don't see any flags waving around track. So yes, the 67 now leading GT1B and third place overall. Just under 10 minutes to go. The Fara Miami Grand Prix Enduro. right, well, most of the battles have sorted themselves out for this Enduro. Not a lot of head-to-head action as we finish things off. Cars just finishing their laps, making sure to stay on track. No mistakes. With 7.5 minutes to go, that is the last thing any of these drivers would want to happen. You know what? Timing has caught up. The 08 is in third still. I was going to say, I don't remember losing them on track. So the 08 continuing third overall. The 67 is right behind in fourth. So GT1A, 24 and the 313. First and second overall. First and second GT1A. GT1B, Robert Garza in the 67. GT2A, Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. GT2B, David Lira in the 66. GT3, Jose de los Casas and Mario Cater continue to work their way through. GT4, Rodrigo Cohen, Felipe Joan Peter. GT5, Alejandro Garcia in the 256. FP3, Nabi Mumar continuing their run as the lone prototype on track with the remaining time in this Fara Miami Grand Prix Enduro. Making their way around, continuing to lead overall. Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer running a great race in that machine. Had some troubles at the start. If you remember when we talked about the start, the 24 was working their way through a lot of that GT1B traffic. 91, the 67, the 4, the 4X, the 47. All of them running very close together. And the 24 was thrown into the mix of it. So after running a nice clean race, good timing on the pit stop, looks like things are working out for that team. 313 also in the mix. Kelly Ganji doing a great job to stay there. 129 though was the one that led for such a long time. Third place in GT1A right now. Miguel Angel Marcano had that spin in turn 11. Car shut off. And speaking of turn 11, we've got another car off over on that end of the track. That is the red Mustang, number 96 of Larry Giles. As we talked about in the last couple of minutes, you don't want to make any mistakes. There's one from Larry. Looks like the car is, well, maybe there is an issue. Larry's going to bring that down, 96 down onto pit road, have the team take a look at it. Team just going around, checking everything, making sure everything's still attached. I think the 96 will be able to get back out there, no problem. Finish this race under green. 3.5 minutes to go now. Working our way towards that checkered flag. And the team releases the 96 as it heads back down pit road. And 24 has a 1 minute lead overall and in class over the 313, Kelly Ganji. So a lot of comfort there for the 24 as the white flag waves. 24 crosses start finish line. Starter with the white flag in hand. We've got one more lap. About a minute and a half going by the 24's pace. No battles that I think are going to change here, so I'm not going to look at the scoreboard too much as they cross the line. Just congratulate all these teams for making it through an hour and 15-minute enduro here at Miami Homestead Speedway. And as I say that, the 256 rolling slowly on the painted surface. Lights looking awfully dim on that car. See if it can continue, make it one more lap. If it's going to need some assistance. Cars have taken the white flag. Starter has checkers in hand, and as they wave, the 24 of Ed McPherson and Tom Dyer in the GT1A class are going to win the Fara Miami Grand Prix Enduro. The 96 crosses the line, a couple laps down from the 66 of David Lira. David Lira is going to win GT2B over Larry Giles. Miguel Angel Marcano Jr., GT2A, going to win that class. GT2B we talked about. GT1A, Kelly Ganji is going to finish second with Miguel Angel Marcano in third. Nabi Mumar is going to finish FP3 as your winner. Rafael Rosario, Rodolfo Rodriguez finishing second in GT1B, even though they had to pull in early. In GT3, Jose De Las Casas and Mario Cater finish things off, win their class. The 973, Rodrigo Cohen and Felipe Johan Peter will win GT4. And the 256 of Alejandro Garcia, the car that we said was moving slowly across start-finish, is going to win GT5. Now before we sign off for the night, let's run through tomorrow's schedule. Starting at 8:30. Superlap series, followed by a 9 a.m. race for our prototypes and GTs. Yes, we are back at it at 9 a.m. At 9:30, our Pro Spec Miata race number 2. Shootout today, very exciting one, especially for some of the cars at the front and back of the pack. And we've got our Formula Fara race number 2 at 10:30. So we've got 3 races all before noon tomorrow here on the Fara USA YouTube channel. So make sure you tune into that. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you tomorrow morning. On behalf of Fara, I'm Nick Soriano signing off. We will see you all tomorrow.